There's some education to be done.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
You got the countdown. Oh, we're on.
I know, we're on. We got a full house today. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started, everyone. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Oh, this is yours.
Okay, so in compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Governing Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, April 25th, 2024 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome, and thank you all so much for joining us. It's nice to see a big crowd here today. So welcome all of you. All right, so the next item is the President's Report. AISD has established a culture of voting in the district, encouraging all eligible students and district employees to model responsible citizenship, sharing factual information about voter registration, registering students as required by the Secretary of State, and teaching about civics, citizenship, and voting. In line with our commitment, we want to remind our community that Travis County is currently in a general and special election right now. Who's voted already? I know Trustee Boswell has. Anyone else? Okay. So, oh, great. You early voted? Okay, great. I know. I plan on doing it this week. So early voting is open from April 22nd to Tuesday, April 30th. So the polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. most days except for Sunday when the polls are open from noon until 6 p.m. Election day will be held Saturday, May 4th. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you can find nearby voting locations by searching for Travis County elections or going to votetexas.org. A primary runoff election is also scheduled for later in May with early voting on May 20th through 24th and election day on May 28th. This upcoming election has a new office on the ballot following requirements under recently approved legislation, Senate Bill 2, which added appraisal district directors to be elected to elective positions for the largest 50 counties in Texas, including Travis County, of course. So the Texas Comptroller defines an appraisal district as the responsible party for appraising property for property tax purposes for each taxing entity, such as Austin ISD. An appraisal district is a political subdivision of the state that is governed by a board of directors. And according to the Texas Comptroller, an appraisal district board of directors is responsible for hiring a chief appraiser, approving the appraisal district budget contracts and policies, and preparing and approving a plan for the periodic reappraisal of property. The appraisal board of directors does not appraise the property or review the property values. So you can learn more about this election and what is on the ballot by visiting the Travis County election website, votetexas.org, or utilizing other resources like our local news agencies and the League of Women Voters Austin. So in addition to these new positions to be elected, as a taxing entity, AISD also appoints members to this board. So I would like to take a moment to thank Debbie Cartwright, G.A. Lee, and Dr. Osezua Ehiyaman, and I apologize if I mispronounced that, for serving our appointments for this important district. So last week, the board held a 2-day work session to discuss our scorecard. That was a really intense 2 nights, I would say. I think the rest of my colleagues would agree. We met right here on the floor. These were 2 meetings in the evening that were open to the public. We were joined by the Council of Great City Schools and our Lone Star Governance coach, Ashley Paz, and you can find those videos on the board website at austinisd.org/AISDTV. You can also review the district needs assessment and data discussed on board docs by viewing those agendas or on tonight's agenda for item 16.2. And many of you in the community were involved in a lot of those discussions that trustees held and doing the survey, so this is where you will see the result of all that community engagement. Tonight we will continue this discussion as a workshop, which will remain live to our public. It's going to happen after the main board meeting. We're also scheduled to discuss our budget and a potential tax rate considerations during our work session, so please stay with us following the regular meeting. All right. Finally, we want to provide a reminder to our public that the end of the year and graduations are quickly approaching. Who's excited about that? Yes?
I am.
I know, yes. Trustee Hunter, are you planning on going to every single graduation again?
I hold the record.
Okay. Good. While we get ready to celebrate our students' success, we want to share that our May board meetings will be different than typical months. Our board information session will be held on Thursday, May 9th. And our regular voting meeting will be just 1 week later on Thursday, May 16th. The week after that, we will be in full graduation mode, all of which will be broadcast live on Austin ISD TV for each and every high school. All right, so next up is committee reports. So we have posted the written committee reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. This includes a committee report for the Austin Education Fund. The next item is the superintendent's report.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Singh, members of the board. We'll be pulling up a presentation or a little kind of overview of all the amazing things that have occurred over the last month. So let's give it a second. Don't want to miss any of the good stuff.
So while we're doing that, I want to take a moment to thank Laura Orozco. She is our administrative professional that supports this board, and we are so appreciative of Laura and all of the admins and people that support the work of this board. We wouldn't be doing half of what we do without her and others. So thank you, Laura. Yeah. And thanks to all the other administrative professionals who are the glue of this organization. We appreciate you very much.
Glue is the perfect word that connects us all. So first up, we have Eastside Early College High School. Congratulations to the Eastside Panther Band. They received a rating of 2 on stage at contests and a rating of 1 in sight reading at the UIL concert and sight reading evaluation. They are amazing, and we are so AISD proud. Next up, the small middle school varsity theater students sharpen their skills with a cast member of the musical Wicked. You can see right there. Under the direction of teacher Kristen Murray, the students are working on their school performance, High School Musical Junior. The students workshop their musical numbers, and Wicked cast member Matt Dusky provided critiques, answered questions about being a professional artist, and sang for all the students. So what an incredible opportunity. Next up, congratulations to Bowie High School seniors Kate Davis and Mazzie Warren, who have been named the Print Editors of the Year by UIL Interscholastic League Press Conference. This is a statewide award and qualifies the 2 for scholarship opportunities from UIL and ILPC. Katie and Mazzie are the 3rd print editor team in 5 years to win the award for the Bowie Dispatch. Continuing with our journalism trend, you may remember Alice Scott, from last year's accolades where she was named Texas Journalist of the Year. Well, everybody, she's back and has a new title, National Journalist of the Year. Alice attended the National High School Journalism Convention in Kansas City this month, where she was awarded and it was announced. This is the first time in the contest's 41-year history that Austin ISD student has earned the national title. So the first time in 41 years. What an accomplishment! Congratulations. Next up, Keeling Math Counts is now a state champion. Holding title of Texas State Champion marks a milestone in Keeling's history after a few years of hiatus from Math Counts. So congratulations to the team, Vincent Wang, Winjin Kim, Ethan Gu, and Zen Mao for all the great work. Vincent will advance to nationals as part of Texas's state team after placing 3rd for his individual performance out of more than 200 mathletes who qualified for the state round. Next up, Did you know that we have an all-star archers in Austin ISD? The Lamar archery team are now state champions in the middle school division of the 2024 National Archery in Schools program. Sorry. The Lamar Archers finished in first place out of 61 teams, scoring 3,388 points, including 188 tens, defeating last year's state and national champion by 6 points. The team will travel to Utah tomorrow, probably pretty early, I would guess, to compete in the national tournament. Next up, Bertha Sadler Means Young Women's Leadership Academy. NASA scientists taught students at Bertha Sadler Means Young Women's Leadership Academy on how to take the most and make the most of the total solar eclipse that was earlier in the month. The scientists worked with students before the eclipse to teach them about the science behind the event and conducted hands-on experiments. This is just one of the many incredible things that occurred over that day, but very, very excited to see that collaboration occur with NASA. So congratulations to the Team McDeedle's Destination Imagination team at Matthews Elementary School. Destination Imagination is a program that allows students to work together in teams to solve open-ended STEAM challenges designed to teach the creative process. The Matthews team has risen through the ranks and qualified to present Matthews and Austin ISD at the Global Finals in Kansas City next month. Kudos to these engineer mavens from Matthews: Mia Lucette Alfaro, Vivian Botello, Soil Lee, Esme Maddox, and Isabel Tichuchi. I can't wait to hear how the national competition goes. And finally, congratulations to the Goritsky Tigers basketball team. The Dream Team went undefeated in both their 7th and 8th grade seasons. That's a pretty significant accomplishment. It's a huge accomplishment and shows how teamwork and training pays off. And then last but not least, the Becker Elementary School once again ran in the Cap 10K this year. I was supposed to run it. I did the Rosedale ride earlier in the weekend. It was a whole complicated thing. There's a story behind that. But the campus won the largest group award with a total of 272 adults and students. Becker runners, we love you and support you. Keep running, and I will run that next year, I promise. And as you can see, we have some amazing things happening in our schools. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, board president, for allowing me to share this. And this concludes my presentation. I believe Trustee Kaufman has a reason.
Well, I just want to remind you that I won the fastest trustee award.
That's very impressive. So next year we'll have a little competition. Fastest trustee. My goal is to win fastest superintendent in the area. I'm going to try that.
Can we applaud all these great?
Yes, absolutely.
Incredible. All right, so next we have, why do we always follow the fun stuff with the budget? Like, seriously, it's such a downer. I know. So, no offense to you, Mr. Ramos. We love you. So now we have an update on the budget.
Thank you, President Singh. Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, will come up and be available to answer any questions. I will be taking the board and our community through the presentation, and again, at the end, we'll be able to answer any questions. Let's see if we can bring it up real quick. right, fantastic. As our continued commitment to update the board as we move through the budget process and update our community, this is another update. And as President Singh said earlier in the board meeting, we will have a work session later tonight to talk about some specific things within the presentation, including potentially a voter-authorized tax rate election. So one of the things that we wanted to highlight as we move to the presentation is just a reminder of kind of where we are. Over the last several weeks, really months now, we have endeavored to identify up to $30 million, if not over $30 million in cuts. As a commitment to the board, we were trying to identify every opportunity and also at the same time limit any impact to classrooms. And so one of the things that we want to communicate here is that though we have a large operating budget at $956 million, the $30 million in reductions or cuts are from non-campus-based cost. And so when you think about, where the dollars are coming from, it represents about 39%, or about a little more than 10% of the budget tied to that specific item. And so as we have talked about before, the goal was to minimize impact to the campuses as we identified any cuts. We wanted to make sure that we maintain the fund balance as we talked about, the budgeting process as a whole, and acknowledge that, even with $30 million in cuts, we would still be looking at $30 million in deficits as we move on through the next fiscal year. Again, if you think about it, our fixed costs continue to increase, and so the $30 million cut that, and so last year's deficit continues on. And so as we move to slide 4, we wanted to be very transparent and clear as to where we were identifying some of the potential cuts. This was presented previously in work session. Now we're providing it kind of in this larger form or kind of open form. And so you can see here kind of how it breaks down. We have it by different types of reductions, operational adjustments, including cost savings, may include program efficiencies, kind of collapsing of different systems. We have overtime controls, as many of our committee members know. We do have to expend overtime whenever we don't have staff on site. One of the things that I keep thinking about all the time is, when I was over operations, we'd always have to work through late evenings and in the weekends to catch up with just the mowing. Well, it's because we didn't have enough staff, and so that accumulated up in overtime. And so now we're at a place where we can control that a little bit better, and we're able to take that reduction in cost. We are also looking at contract eliminations. Over the last couple years, as we've gone through a variety of different transitions and moving away from the pandemic, just making sure that we have contracts that meet our needs, and where we don't, we are able to eliminate those or make adjustments in how we actually procure those services. Staffing is also something that has been identified as a reduction. And so we are looking at a reduction in positions, which include positions that are vacant, but also some positions that are filled. And again, our hope is that we can go through this process, be transparent, make sure that we're engaging and communicating, and provide dignity and really support as any staff goes through any transition within AISD. And so the summation of those preliminary expenses that were identified is $21 million. If you look at slide 5, you can see how this breaks down by organizational structure. The one thing that I will say is that each structure is very different, just in the number of positions, the scale, the number of costs and contracts. And so though you see different numbers tied to different divisions, and you might say, well, Matthias, there's 9 positions in finance, or 2, how does that relate to 2 in operations? Well, we're really trying to identify, where we think we have an opportunity, where we know that we can offset the responsibilities or identify that those tasks no longer need to continue. We want to make sure that we always are thinking about, what is going to happen with the responsibilities that were previously carried by that position. And so this is the recommendation that we brought forward, and we've continued to move down this path, but this is what it looks like when it's broken up by org. And so as you move to slide 6, some of the possible savings as you kind of summarize each of these ends up looking like operational adjustments, $10.2 million, overtime controls, $2.3 million, contract elimination, this is actually increased, but $434,000, contract reduction, $13.565 million, vacant central office positions. These are positions that are not filled that we're able to look at and adjust and restructure, $2.4 million, and then the reduction in central office of $1.363. So that brings us to a total of $30 million. Again, really doing everything we can to stay away from our campuses and not impact the learning experience of our students. But I do want to be very clear that every single person in this organization has a role and does serve the classroom in one way or another. So there is an impact. It's our responsibility to identify what that is and do the best we can to mitigate it. But I don't want to assume that and communicate that these things are not felt in some way. And so the next slide is a graphic of what this looks like. We did, when we started this process, had a $60 million deficit. We are going to continue to have to carry the $30 million as we talk about next year's fiscal budget, and then the $30 million of cuts that we just identified, which is shown there. And so after the last work session's conversation we had with the board, we sent a budget tool out, and I very much appreciate the trustees providing feedback, and some of that is summarized here. We heard from trustee that there was a desire for additional detail. Some of that detail we can definitely share kind of in this forum. Some of the detail we have to share kind of personally or one-on-one because it does consider sensitive information. Clarity on impact, transparency on positions and contract reductions, wanting to maintain efficient hiring practices. It's one of those things where continuity of operations is critically important. We don't want to create a cut that's only going to cost us, downstream, and so being very intentional. Ensure organizational alignment. We heard concerns around reservations around technology transitions. One of the things that we talked about was perhaps, moving towards the Google Suite and limiting the reliance on Apple and Mac products, and just kind of reinforcing, that we want to ensure that our classrooms have the technology that they need to be successful. So CTE programs, technology programs that need Apple products will have those products. This is really around staff. And the reliance that we have, because when we have two systems, we have to support two systems. So just providing feedback and clarity around that, and also discussing phased approaches. We are a large system, and though we are looking at cost reductions, we know that these cost reductions can occur overnight. And being really sensitive to what can be considered when. Is there a thoughtful approach that looks at school type? Is it by position type? Just to make sure that we're not adversely impacting the educational experience of our students, or creating so much change that it can't be sustained and we introduce other risks downstream. So just being very mindful of that. And then the approach to overtime and reduction on that. We never want to be in a place where we can't pay for what we need. There are emergencies that occur all the time. There's very few days that pass, perhaps no more than 2, where I don't get a text or a call late at night or early in the morning, and we're activating staff. It could be a leak, it could be a response to some type of activity, and so we have funds to pay for those. What this is an acknowledgement that over the last several years, because we've had so many vacancies, we've had to kind of incur those costs as overtime costs because we had fewer folks. And so once they work their 40 hours, we begin to accrue that. So putting controls in place and just kind of acknowledging that we're in a better position to manage that now than we have been in the past. So we should take credit for that as a reduction. So kind of what does this look like alignment-wise? And in the work session, we talked about what this looks like, but this graphically shows, we are here and we wanted to make sure that as a team, we thought about the classroom first and kind of built out from there. So teaching, leading, and learning was at the focus of all these conversations. The teams identified, any potential reduction, how might that impact the classroom, and the team would, spend time deliberating, I would say as a whole team, identifying what opportunities might exist. I will say, and this is a question that I've heard from some trustees, how far did the engagement go? Did you go down to the group that was being impacted? And this is a challenge because for us, we didn't want to create and communicate kind of the wrong intention if we hadn't actually come to a recommendation. So it's this fine balance of making sure you understand as best you can how the work will continue to flow, but also not introduce kind of unnecessary risk or concern in the organization. And so that is why we took the approach that we did. But given where we are, we're certainly able to provide additional kind of responses or clarifications to kind of how we got to each of these recommendations. So details to date, when we first presented this several weeks back, we talked about the timeline, right? And the fact that, any reduction in staff, any change would require a timeline in order to kind of honor the ability for someone to transition elsewhere in the ISD. And so recognizing that our fiscal year ends at the end of June and wanting to communicate out to anyone that's affected or impacted early required that we start this work already. And so that work has already started. Every person who was going to be impacted has been notified and was notified a couple weeks back. We're continuing through this process. This is dynamic, and so here you'll see 24 positions and vacancy savings. The reason that we're kind of providing updates as we go along is because as just attrition occurs at the end of the school year, as positions become vacant because of retirements or folks moving on, it creates an opportunity that we might have not otherwise thought of. And so we're being really, really intentional, and we've had some of these come up already. So we understand our overall goal, and we understand kind of where we are, but we also acknowledge that there are just things that are happening week in and week out that make this kind of fluctuate as we converge on a final number, which is why when we say dynamic and details to date, that's why it's said in that way. And so as we move on to slide 11, just kind of digging a little bit deeper into some of the potential changes. Technology, kind of spend a little more time here. Systemic, oh my goodness, I'm going to say efficiency system-wide. By consolidating and reducing the number of platforms in use, we've had a lot over the last many years. And so you've heard us talk about consolidating email, productivity and communication platforms. Last year, we made a big push for ERP. I think that's really allowed us to explore different things this year that we might not have otherwise been able to do. An example of that would be from Outlook to Google to Gmail. And so, these are the things that don't seem like a big deal, but they are. Like, they're going to impact how people operate and function. So I want to be very honest about it, but it does have a meaningful cost. It's $1 million savings. And so standardizing device options, we talked about that. We talked about different types of devices that folks and staff use, making sure we can streamline that. Licenses, licenses over time just kind of build up. An example of that might be, smart sheets. We use smart sheets as a tool that we use within AISD, but when you really look at how many licenses we have versus how many are actually used, we believe that we have opportunities to reduce that. And that is across the board. And you look back over the last many years, they kind of just build up. Every department makes an ask, and then you look at a macro level and really kind of understand like how many are actually being used. You realize there's some opportunities for reduction. As we move on to slide 12, one thing I want to be very clear is, though we are reducing our reliance on overtime, it's from the central administration kind of perspective. Our school campuses will still have the ability to access overtime that they need. And so it's just, I'll be very, very clear. These are overtime dollars that are spent in providing services that are kind of released, as we need supports, but campuses have this flexibility, and we're not addressing or modifying that whatsoever. So that will continue on. We are going to be monitoring overtime, however, at the campuses. Sometimes we think there's recoding that could occur, in response to the special education initiative. We have, released codes to allow arts to be completed, after school hours and things like that. But what really needs to happen is a coding that comes, a budget line item that comes from special education, not from the local campus. And so we've done a pretty good job of managing that, but we definitely believe that there are some expenses at the campus level that really should go to the district line item. So just want to make sure that was clear. And again, just reinforcing the fact that at any point, if we have an emergency, we will have the funds to do what we need to do to support our students and staff. Let that be clear. Moving on to slide 13, contract reductions. This is a big undertaking for the administration. Several weeks ago, we provided to the board a list of all of our contracts. There are many of them. We approached it from a couple different perspectives. The first is we evaluated it. Is this spend in fiscal alignment with the PO or the purchase order? And so the way that we would explore that is, how much has the PO purchase order been burned down on a month-by-month basis? And what we have often found, in some cases, not all cases, but in some cases, we are using the resources tied to the contract at a much lower rate than originally anticipated. And so because of that, at the end of the year, we have the ability to kind of sweep and kind of reallocate those funds or reduce the budgets. Because every time you issue a PO, the budget has to align, right? It has to be that way. So we've gone through that process. We've identified opportunities, and so we're making those reductions. Are there contracts that are no longer aligned with our need? There were a couple software providers, different platforms that we had that we picked up during the pandemic to really facilitate that type of learning environment. They're no longer used. You can look at the usage and see that no one's using them, but we still had them on our books. And so those become opportunities for reductions as well. Renegotiation. We recognize when we enter a contract, it's a contract, and we always satisfy it and continue on and do what we need to do. But there are times when we can kind of re-engage and determine, does this scope of work now represent our reality? And if it doesn't, we can always look at renegotiating the contract or the scope. An example of this is one that was discussed at a pretty high level in our work session. It pertains to kind of the auditing work that is overseen by the board. 2 years ago, the budget that was allocated was $400,000. Last year, it moved up to $700,000. I think that's just a function of the great work that they were doing and wanting to do more of it. But I mean, the budget almost doubled. And so looking at, is 400,000 still a reasonable, good balance? And if so, then we can kind of take that budget back and the board can still get, the auditing work done that's needed, but it's really back to what the original scope was. So that is what we've been doing over the last many weeks. And as you move on to slide 14, it's just a clear kind of example of what this might look like. I do want to point out that some of the products that we are looking at, perhaps moving away from, do currently provide information that is used to make informed decisions. Right, you can see Panorama up there. That's a cost that we've incurred. We've had it for quite some time, and the reason that we have it is directly tied to our existing scorecard. We have the ability to do surveys in-house, but this platform is one that, for whatever reason, a couple years ago was adopted, and we moved forward with it. We're not saying at this point that is the kind of final recommendation. Obviously, as we get to the scorecard and the goal progress measures with the board, we'll have definition on it. But these are the types of things that we absolutely have to explore if we're going to try to get this number down and identify cuts to offset some of the good work that we want to do moving forward. And then on the right-hand side, you can just see the example of the kind of, I guess, the contract that I took you all through just moments ago. And so we're going to move into a work session here in several minutes or in a good hour or so. And so the next couple slides will show up again there. But I thought it was important that we show it here because our community is watching. We have staff watching. And so I think it's really important that we highlight some of the things that we'll be kind of re-presenting to you all in work session. The first is, we've gotten a lot of questions around, how does AISD's, golden penny and copper penny and our tax rate, how does that compare to other school districts in Central Texas. And so what this table shows here is how Austin ISD compares to many of the other school districts in Central Texas. So looking at this graphic on the left-hand side, left column, you have all the other school districts. You have Tier 1, Tier 2, gold and copper, which we've talked about before, the M&O tax rate, and then the INS tax rate. And what we're talking about with copper and gold pennies, it's the M&O tax rate. And then INS is when we talk about bonds. That's kind of the way that a lot of folks break it up. But what you can see is a total tax rate of 0.8595 is effectively, the lowest currently. Now, again, this is before any discussion regarding a voter authorized tax rate election. This is just as is. The one thing I want to point out also in red there, this is where the school districts have maxed out their opportunity for golden pennies and copper pennies. So as you can see on the gold side, many school districts have, but some have not. And then on the copper side, the copper penny side, it appears as though only Pflugerville has maxed out both. And so as you move to the next slide, I get asked often, Matthias, how do we compare to other large school districts? Not necessarily urban school districts, but other large school districts. So here on slide 16, we have a combination of both urban and suburban, but all large school districts. And you can see here, kind of using the same structure, what this looks like. Again, when you look at gold, the number of larger school districts that have maxed out gold, and then you look at the number of school districts that have accessed copper, many more, I think if you think about kind of proportionally, have accessed copper pennies, though not all of them have maxed out. And then when you look to the far right column, the total tax rate, us being at 0.8595 compared to every other kind of larger school district, we are at the low end of that as well. So again, this is really a reference. It's good to know as the board or community or staff get asked questions, this is how AISD stacks up. And so as you move to slide 17, we're talking about our projected tax rate. And again, it's always kind of a moving target at this time, and Ed can certainly speak to that. But it's important, I think, to show it this way. Austin ISD, as you just saw, is the lowest. Now, if, and this is going to be shared again here in the work session, if the board and if voters supported a tax rate election, then the adjustment would move us from the least, or the lowest, to the second lowest tax rate in Central Texas. So I wanted to really show if now and then later, if that was the case. And again, this is assuming accessing all copper pennies and our 1/10 of one golden penny. And then if you look at it a slightly different way, on the next slide, on slide 18, you can see what that looks like as a percent given both comparatively. On the far right, 2024-25 recommended versus 24-25 with the evaders. So again, just showing how that increases. Moving on to the next slide, which talks about, which displays the amount of potential revenue that could be used to support our budgeting process from the copper penny, the 1/10, and the available copper pennies. You can see that the total is 44 million, or a little bit over 44 million. And if you recall, a couple weeks ago, we said it was 46 million. And so I just want to be very, very clear, over the course of this process, we're getting information at multiple milestones. One piece of information that came, I think, April 11th, was the property values. And we had been estimating 10% growth, and what we heard from the appraisal district was that it was going to be closer to 5%. And so once we receive that information, we make the adjustments so that every time we're presenting to you like the most current information as best we have it and incorporate it into our models. So I know it can be a little confusing, but that's why version control is really important for us. Because the numbers are that dynamic and are changing kind of all the time. But as we move towards the budgeting process and through the budgeting process, they become more defined for sure. So as we look at slide 20, one of the ways that I have asked the team to show this is as a total amount of kind of income or revenue generated, and then how much is tied to recapture versus how much AISD would get to keep. And so if you're focusing on the right two columns, you can see for fiscal year 24-25, this is under kind of our current structure before a tax rate election is considered, the recapture payment would be $671 million, and the total revenue that we would be able to use, or revenue generated that we'd be able to use for budgeting purposes, would be $724 million. If the VADR is supported by the board and ultimately supported by our community, then the recapture payment would go from 671 to 800 million, and the amount of kind of funds that AISD would be able to use for budgeting purposes would go from 724 million to 767 million. So that's where that $42 million comes in, right? So I'm really trying to show that though more is going to come in, the split, as we've talked about before, isn't the same, and the state will continue to get, funds via recapture. So as you move on to the next slide, this is a high-level milestone schedule of what you could expect if we go through down this process or go through this process. We're continuing with our existing budgeting process. We will be seeking a resolution to conduct an efficiency audit, which is required when you pursue a voter-authorized tax rate election. We'll continue on through the budgeting process, which will conclude June 20th by way of approval. And my hope is that, we are able to communicate both at the same time. Perhaps the board doesn't take the vote for the VADR on the 20th, but my intention would be to show that the commitment to do so would be tied to the existing budget. And the reason that I say this is because you might consider a slightly different budget if you're not pursuing the budget. And I just want to be very, very transparent. You really want them to be tied together for that purpose. And then ultimately you can see kind of when the board would adopt the tax rate, when we would complete the efficiency audit report, and then potentially election day of November 5th if the board chooses to do so. As I conclude, the one thing I wanted to share is getting feedback from the board is critically important, and we're going to have a work session later this afternoon or this evening to get feedback. It is all very, very, very helpful, extremely helpful. We've had conversations with staff. We got to participate in a town hall with Education Austin where we learned a lot and actually helped us make some adjustments as we move forward. And so we are trying to get information in and adjust as we move through this process, but there are many, many, many different tasks that have to align. And what's different about this process than other processes is that the consideration of the VADR, or the voter authorized tax rate election, is something only the board can do. And so though we're having conversations, the administration can only go so far without real input from the board as to whether these sorts of things should be considered or not. And just to be totally transparent, it has made this a more difficult process than previous years, I would say, though I guess every year is kind of tough. So anyway, that concludes the presentation, and Ed and I and the team are here to answer any questions that you may have. And I'll hand it back to you, President Singh.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Yes, and I understand we have the whole workshop coming up, so I'm just going to restrict my question to a clarification on the chart that you showed for general fund tax collections versus recapture, where you showed the kind of what would be sent to the state and what would be not. I'm a little,
it's like
20, thank you. I'm confused, I know the numbers are going to be moving around, but I'm confused about how the AISD revenue under the VADR would go up around 40 million, but the recapture would go up 129 million, when the previous slide says that about 50% of the money would be going to the state. So I would think that the recapture would go up about the same amount as the income that stays, which would be about 40 million more. What am I missing?
So when you look at the calculation as far as what each school district should receive, it's broken into Tier 1 funding and Tier 2 funding. And so the state is looking at your total tax collections, not just the 9 copper pennies. And so once you plug in the number of your property value growth, you plug in the student count that we're projecting, and then you plug in what you as a district are expected to receive based on the total overall education funding. Those calculations show that we would send that $800 million, what was it? Yeah, that $800 million back in recapture. And so basically the tax collections, because our value continues to increase, we would send a larger share back to the state. And so when you look at your copper pennies, they are subject to recapture. And so when you look at your overall total property values and looking at the calculation with the copper pennies, it would increase our overall recapture payment, a little higher than what we would get to keep locally.
Okay, I'll try again to clarify myself, and then I'll leave it and discuss it offline. So what I'm looking at on this page 20 is, kind of the previous years, and then it has 2 columns for next school year. One of them would be with the Vader, and one would be without. So I would expect, just like in all the previous years, our recapture is going to keep going up. So that number, I would expect that to go up a lot. What I don't understand is why it would go up a lot more with the Vader than it would go up without the Vader. Because the numbers I see on the previous page say, if we ask our taxpayers to pay an additional amount of taxation, we would be generating roughly 85 million, and roughly half of that would go to the state for recapture, which means theoretically it would be, well, whatever, and the other half would stay here. So that would be 40 million. So I guess what I'm really trying to understand is, what does the Vader make an impact? Are we then taxing, are we taxing people $160 million more, and 40 of that is going to stay here and the rest is going to the state? Or are we taxing people with the Vader 80 million more, and half of that would stay?
So one of the things I can do is, in a future slide, bring that down into more detail so that we can explain it better. Versus just a summary page. Okay,
I think that's the piece that I would want to be able to tell people, is because, like, when we are increasing the golden penny, yes, we're asking people for more money, but like with the bond, 100% of it stays here, which is a little easier to swallow than if our taxes go up, we're going to pay a chunk back to the state. So the precision on that number would be very helpful. And then this is probably just yeah, no, that's just a typo, so I will talk about that offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Were you going to ask something? Foster?
Would it be better just to wait?
Cool.
I guess I'm with Trustee Kaufman and sort of following up, and with the recognition that we lose a lot of folks paying attention to what's going on when we move to retreat, and this Vader issue is really important. So I guess what I would ask Mr. Ramos, super simply, super quickly, like one sentence for each, what a golden penny is, what a copper penny is, because I think that'll be useful for folks, because they're like, what are they talking about? Secondly, for clarity, to Trustee Kaufman's point, and in the slide, what I think I'm seeing is that with the Vader, with the voter-approved tax rate election, with that vote, the raise in the taxes, or in the tax rate, would result in a great deal more money coming in, yay, and the overwhelming majority of that would go to the state, never to be seen again, and a small sliver of that would benefit AISD. Am I understanding or misunderstanding?
That is correct.
Super helpful. Now, what's a golden penny? What's a copper penny?
So, school districts' tax rate is composed of what's called a golden penny and copper pennies. The golden pennies, those which are 8 cents, are not subject to recapture. So we maximize our state funding whenever we as a district tax at the golden pennies. Copper pennies are an additional tax rates that are available to school districts, but copper pennies are subject to recapture. And so even though we do tax at an additional rate, and we do keep funding here in Austin ISD, we do see a larger share, depending on the number of pennies that we tax at, go back to the state, so that the state does receive and benefit from recapture when we tax at the copper penny level.
So I guess as a final question, is there then an opportunity to kind of parse the difference, find the secret sweet spot that maximizes the return to Austin?
One of the areas that we're looking at, and one of our trustees had a question on this, is the optional homestead exemption. And so we're currently running calculations with that exemption at 5, 10, 15, and 20%, and seeing if that is a value to our homeowners so that we can, again, maximize state funding if we move in that direction as well.
Thank you.
Plus the Vader, yes.
Thank you. I look forward to the full conversation tonight.
And Trustee Foster, I mean, I just want to be very clear. I know Ed responded yes to the sliver piece, but I think it's important that we talk about what the sliver amount is proportionally. So, 44 is net to AISD, but the 130 to recapture, so a total of 174. So 44, 174 is roughly 25%. So right now, 50% of our money goes to the state. For the recapture amount, essentially 75% would go. So we would keep 25%. So I think that's the math. And we've kind of been using that but I just want to make sure the sliver is equal to 25%.
Got it. So we'll also define sliver to determine whether we're talking about the size, a slice of pie, but how big is that whole pie?
Yes, quarter pie.
Quarter pie. Got it.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
While we have people's attention, I also want to point out that the 25%, though we do get to keep all of the bond, the state has put some regulations on that. It can only go into buildings, and I think that's really important for people. And Ms. Ramos, I'd like you to tell us again, I know you showed us before, but for people who are just now joining us, when we have that percent, what are we able to do with that percent?
So anytime we tax on the maintenance and operations side, which is when we talk about the golden and the copper pennies, the district is free to use those funds on salaries, on fixed costs, on any costs towards our students. And so basically when we pass our operating budget, that tax revenue can be used 100% for strictly what we are looking at paying for in our operating budget.
And again, I would just like to point out that we are at this juncture because we had no help from the state, because we had no additional funding. And this is us finding a way, right, to take a lemon and make some lemonade. And when we do it, yes, we don't get to keep as much, but we do get to do things that we are not allowed to do with the way the bond is set up. That goes into buildings. This can actually go into people.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good summary. Thank you. The side of the dais, anyone have questions? Secretary Boswell.
I think just one clarification. Other than this, is there anything left available to us to consider?
With a large revenue impact, this would be the most favorable option for us. The other revenue generating area for us to look at would be attendance. And so that's much more difficult to achieve. But this one would be the biggest revenue generator that we have an option to look at.
Thank you. And we are also looking at attendance, I know. So, and it's even if we had 100% attendance, it wouldn't be this much, right. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? This side? I have a couple of questions. Superintendent Segura, you mentioned the analysis of all of our contracts that you're going to be doing, and I don't envy you.
No one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But when would that analysis be available to trustees, and would it also be available to the public?
I'd have to talk to legal about procurement and really, I mean, we're happy to provide to the trustees kind of a summary of where we're finding opportunities. I will tell you that to get through, what you're going to see right now is kind of an analysis, assumptions, and dollars identified as puts and takes. I think that level we can provide. The process of renegotiating and like those are going to take time. And so what I can do is look at taking the table that we have and adding considerations of where we are going to take perhaps some value and what that means as far as impact to operations or functionality. We've been working through it for a while now, so I can get back to you, but it wouldn't take very long.
That's great. And then the other thing connected to that is just thinking about how we tie this back to our scorecard. And I don't know if there's a way also to link contracts to scorecard goals. I know some of them you can easily say yes, this clearly does literacy, but there are others that are perhaps not so connected, but still fundamental to achieving various scorecard goals.
So I think there's going to be some subjectivity in that, only because you have multiple contracts that perhaps all are for literacy, right? But maybe not all of them are being used. And so though it would be perhaps a reduction, and it was originally acquired to support early literacy, because it's not being used and because it's not a tool that I'd have to really think through like what caveats you would need to be able to communicate that clearly, because there was a reason that they were procured in the first place. It addressed some need somewhere in the system at some point. So I think that what we could do is maybe link it to a scorecard, but I would hate to say this is in support of or not in support of, because some of them, one could argue maybe, by definition are a numeracy contract, but maybe aren't supporting the work in the way that we would expect. So I want to be really like, that one is kind of tough, but I think that we could probably figure out something to work with you all.
I appreciate that. Yeah, so just because something is related to numeracy, for example,
Correct.
doesn't mean that they're effective, as effective as we would want
That's
them
the
to
exact
be.
good way.
Okay, great, that's helpful.
And then there are also contracts, that are not tied to the scorecard, but are tied to other initiatives, and we can call those out.
Yeah, but then there's things like probably like mental health, for example, that
Correct.
impacts every student outcome, even if we don't have a goal for mental health.
Correct. And we've accumulated, special education contracts and those,
Yeah.
so those are the things, we currently have a goal for that, or constraint actually, that would, so there's a lot there, but we'd have to I just wouldn't want the trustees to like line them up and then sort them and say, okay, all these. I think it requires some narrative.
And then the other thing is, we always talk about special education being like priority 1A. Are you going to foresee increased investments in special education as we move through the agreed order? Or is it too early to say what that's going to look like?
I think we have a good understanding of which investments we need to consider over the next fiscal year to support us within special education. And, you think about the risks, existential risks, I think the support around MTSS is a big one. That supports the whole system, and there are costs associated with it. So I would say yes, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we appreciate all your work. Oh, yes.
I wanted to ask, I will not be bringing this up at the workshop, so I wanted to ask one other thing. You had provided a lot of information right now, explanation around the process for making decisions around proposed cuts to positions and budgets. And I appreciate and respect the issue you raised around privacy and making sure we're not extending the period of anxiety and uncertainty for people by engaging too early, too directly with people who might be involved. I think people can disagree about when and where that process should happen and how far in the organization it can go. But I'm reassured, again, by what we talked about the other day, which is around conversations that are occurring now that may not have happened prior to the recommendations being made. So my real question is just to clarify publicly like that as the conversations are happening with departments and specific people who might be impacted by this, that the decisions are not final and that if new information comes up or if there's a persuasive argument that a position on behalf of students needs to stay, that those can still happen. It's not that these are baked in yet.
Well, I would say that, when you say persuasive,
Can I clarify that? I want to acknowledge, I said, a lot of times when we've seen historically that like if a position at a campus is cut to enrollment, that the squeakiest wheels, which tend to be the wealthiest wheels, get the position back because they mobilize and the position ends up magically staying, even though there are campuses on the other side of town that might have a greater need or have more crowded classrooms. So I would in no way want to see that decisions around these cuts are being made by the loudest voices or by a mobilization of support for it that may not be connected to all the other information that needs to be considered to make good decisions for children. So, But I think what we had talked about previously in trying to understand how these cuts might be made, it's that understanding, like you said, what is the impact, and having a clear understanding, like, wow, if we cut this, right, just like if you're at the hospital plugged in and you're like, oh, what would happen if I unplug this cord? You know, you don't want to, I mean, you might be trying to save energy, but if you unplug that cord, you're going to die, right?
Yeah.
So we don't want the organization to die because we're pulling the wrong cords out of the wall.
Yeah.
And we may not know that until you actually speak to someone who's doing the work, right? So someone's like, you may not know this, but,
Yeah.
you know, and so I just wanted to be clear that, you know, that the higher in the organization the cuts are made and the decisions are made, the less direct connection there is to the work that's being done, and the less understanding of what exactly does everyone in that group and team do, and what are the impacts. So I just want to
Yeah,
ensure that
yeah.
I feel like the information is incomplete until you hear from the people themselves.
Yeah.
And if the decision's already made at that point, then that new information that might be persuasive might not be considered. So I just want to ensure that those, if you're, you know, I want to ensure that there's still a place for decisions to be improved.
Yeah, so the way the process went allows for that to occur. And just to be clear, you know, staff who are impacted have been communicated with verbally, but they have not received a letter. And so what's happening and what is continuing to happen is conversations with those individuals, but also other individuals within those departments, if they choose to take us up on them. I mean, that isn't always the case. In some cases, there's a lot of folks that want to engage. In other cases, that hasn't been, you know, the case. And so I would say that as we move forward, you know, we are providing those opportunities. You know, as you heard me say earlier, the reason this is dynamic is because we learn things, you know, by way of retirements or changes in org where, you know, all of a sudden opportunity finds itself that maybe keeps us from doing something else. So there is opportunity for that, Trustee Kaufman, but it doesn't continue on for, you know, for weeks and weeks and weeks, mainly because we want to create a transition window for individuals to stay with AISD, though their position may not be, you know, may not continue to exist in the next fiscal year. We have needs all through the organization. And there are great people here, and there's not a single person that I can think of that shouldn't belong in AISD. And so I want to provide the opportunity and the space for that to occur as well, which we're also committed to do, and we've talked about that. So yes, Trustee Kaufman, but I also want to be honest and say, you know, this cannot continue on like all the way through it. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's how we're.
It is, and really what I would hope to see, and speaking to our, you know, we don't have our new constraints in place based on the values and vision, but we have the existing values of a culture of respect, transparency, and engaging our employees and inviting their collaboration. So those are the pieces, I think, as the trustees that we would ask, did this process meet the expectations of our values and align with how we believe? So that's why I'm asking. But also, I would like to just be very clear with anyone who wants to reach out to the board to advocate for a position that, you know, I think my colleagues would agree, like, this board is not going to ask for positions to be retained because we like you or because, you know, like, we are asking you, the superintendent, to get the work done and to empower the team and get the people you need to get it done. And so as much as I would like to see a process that meets our values and I would like to see outcomes that serve our kids, I'm not going to ever ask you keep this person or keep this department because I like it, right, or because that's important to me. So I just want to be clear because I think, again, in the past, sometimes there's a perception that that is how decisions are made. Like, well, this trustee likes that, so that's why that contract was given or why that person's still here. And that is not how I hope our trustees will act.
And Trustee Kaufman, I appreciate that comment. And the one thing I will say, because we've had some emails come in, you know, the cuts that, what we're talking about here, this is all central. You know, I understand that there have been different things have occurred at our campuses. Those are based on different things, not direct and given by us, right? There's, you know, students look at and identify different, you know, things they'd like to participate in, and that helps drive positions within the campus. Principals really are the ones kind of leading that work. Now, we are aware of some out there that are tied to Title I allocations, and we're going to be looking into those. But generally speaking, we're at the time of the year where staffing is kind of building up. Principals are hiring, they're looking at calendars and making adjustments. So that's going to be very clear to our community that, you know, what we're talking about is solely within central office. We have not That is a separate kind of process.
Anyone else? So I have a couple more comments. One is, Superintendent, you had given a great explanation to me about why it was so important to keep our bond rating up and how that relates to fund balance and how that ultimately relates to more money coming into the district.
Yeah.
Would you mind? I think everyone needs to kind of hear that so we see all these, we're in your brain and we know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to get in my brain. It's, I kind of like go off on things. So yeah, what President Singh's referring to is a conversation that we had after we settled the sale of the recent bond. And there was a conversation that took place at the closing, and it included, financial advisors, it included attorneys, it included underwriters, a lot of folks that really help us move. And there was someone who took me aside and made the point, there are entities within the United States who, pursue acquiring bonds that went after AISD bonds that have never gone after public education bonds. And the reason they did this is because Austin ISD is viewed as a kind of premier public education entity. And the AAA bond rating, the strength of our community, the strength of our property values, the history that we have makes us, really attractive. Now, what that means is that we're able to sell bonds at a very, very attractive rate to the district. And what that means is that when you're selling hundreds of millions of dollars of bonds to build all the schools and do all the improvements that we talked about in the $2.44 billion bond program, 74% of which went to Title I schools, this represents real dollars, like real material dollars. And I have been in those conversations at the 11.5 hour, and we're talking about, can we provide this finish? Can we do this furniture? Can we do this technology improvement? Can we add this final improvement to a wing? And these dollars will accumulate and end up being tens of millions of dollars that allow us to do those final things that really have an impact on our students. And it's kind of it gets lost sometimes because it can be far removed, but it has a huge impact. And we would not be able to say that with confidence and help mitigate some of the escalating costs or maybe some of the design and safety features because of how expensive everything is. But us being able to protect fund balance, maintain a AAA bond rating, really, really creates significant opportunity for us as we provide these improvements for those schools that serve historically underserved student groups. And so that's one of the ways that it all kind of comes full circle. And we don't often talk about it, but that's what I think President Singh was referring to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I also wanted to just thank the administration for sort of, adhering to, I think, our common value, which is to protect classrooms and not impact this experience of our students and teachers and their work. So thank you. Just saying that our own, finance department, I think you have 9 positions that you're cutting. Thank you. And I see that every department is making, substantial cuts. And this is truly to ensure that we're not having to reduce planning periods or increase class sizes and things like that. But I do, just by the presence of all this staff here, I just want to say thank you. I think I speak on behalf of all of us. We do see value in that work, and we are really trying to do what we can. And I just hope we can find a way through this. Trustee Zapata?
I too agree with what you're saying about protecting our campuses and making sure that we do as little as possible in taking away from our campuses, but also at the same time, I think we are to be focused as a district on student achievement and creating that serious thought of student achievement every day. And so, and there's sometimes campuses that do need to have people leave for reasons that I have seen in walkthroughs, and not everybody is on the same page. And so as much as I agree not touching them, but at the same time, I think everyone has to carry their weight, and we have to have true accountability for each of our campuses, because our scorecards, our job is to see the needle move, and sometimes we have to make changes. So I don't want to say stay away completely, but we have to find a way for accountability for every campus and everyone that works at the campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe like when we're talking about don't touch campuses, we're talking about like the numbers of staff and positions, which is separate from like teacher evaluation systems.
It's inclusive.
So when we're talking for budgeting purposes, we're talking about, all the costs tied to a campus, and not, as you said, President Singh, looking at, opportunities to modify, master scheduling or, like all of those things have an impact on the classroom. And so, we're not touching that from this perspective. Now, as we move forward through the setting up of goals and goal progress measures, having high expectations, making sure that our evaluation process and everything that we do is aligned. Yes, that work is going to continue. So I think that over time, if we do this work well, there will be an alignment in ensuring that the high expectations of our students is supported, and that the administration provides the resources to staff to do the work. I mean, the worst thing we can do is set high expectations and not provide the resources to actually meet those expectations. So yes, it's a both and. It's just kind of sequentially, timeline-wise, they're kind of ever evolving and tied to two larger efforts. But yes, Trustee Zapata, I understand your comment.
All right, anything else? Okay, so at this time, we will, thank you so much to both of you, appreciate it. We will now move to public testimony for items on the consent agenda. So members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight, we have 4 who signed up to speak in person, and we have 9 who left a recorded message. So we will now move on to the in-person testimony. So you will have, each speaker will have 1 minute. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. And there is a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. And when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. So our in-person speakers for tonight are going to be Ross Irons, Megan Vasquez, Eddie Arias, and Ken Zarafis. So we will start with Ross Irons. If you're here, feel free to come up to the mic.
Sorry. So hello, my name is Ross Irons.
Can we restart the clock? Thank you.
We got it.
My name is Ross Irons. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher at Becker Elementary School, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. These proposed changes would provide greater opportunity for the Austin ISD community to participate in deliberations, and elementary school teachers face undue obstacles to signing up to provide testimony and contribute our perspectives and concerns. For example, attacks on LGBTQ+ members of the Austin ISD community are alarming in their increasing frequency and in the threat these attacks pose to our safety and well-being. I fear for my trans students and their families. I fear for other queer educators. I grieve the lives of the children lost to cruel policies and vitriolic rhetoric intended to erase us. Just this week, Greg Abbott suggested that trans people should be barred from serving our state as teachers. AISD must stand in solidarity with its LGBTQ+ members. We urge you to make more space for our voices in these board meetings and work toward a future for Texas that is more just and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irons. Next, we have Megan Vasquez.
Is this on? My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a PE teacher at Becker and proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12.1. I'm asking that you expand public participation policy in 3 specific ways. First, enhancing accessibility. Currently, the window for public comment is limited from 7:45 a.m. to 3 p.m. However, our elementary staff workday starts at 7:30 a.m. with the dismissal bell ringing at 3:10. This leaves us no opportunity to engage in public comment outside of our working hours. This limited time frame is inaccessible and restrictive. Secondly, equitable treatment and comment time. When recording a public comment via phone, we are granted 60 seconds with a 15-second grace period for greetings and introductions. Why aren't we awarded that same courtesy when we show up in person? What is the rationale for a 60-second limit? I firmly believe that our voices warrant more than a minute to adequately express our concerns and insights. And lastly, the expansion of live testimony during information sessions. This policy change would foster direct engagement and collaboration beyond agenda-driven discussions. This should be a priority and best practice for transparency. It is imperative that we foster an inclusive environment that encourages the active involvement of all stakeholders. By implementing these policy changes, we can ensure that our dedicated staff and community members have opportunities to participate meaningfully in decisions that directly impact them. Our staff and community deserves to have a voice.
Thank you. Is Eddie Arias here? Okay. Ken Zarefis.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. I don't know how to follow that because those are 3 points that need to be built on and need to be listened to and respected. And I think what we're talking about here is voice. How do we hear the voice of workers? How do we hear the voice of bus drivers, of custodians, of food service workers, of teachers and TAs? How do we know that the decisions that the district are making are guided by the needs of workers that do all the work of being successful? We have to open up the practice. We have to make sure that we're hearing them, that they have every opportunity to be here. Voice is important. Voice is important inside this building, and voice is important outside this building. When we express our voice, when we utilize our First Amendment, it's important that those things are respected in this school district and that we monitor and we model, rather, that behavior and those values. Let's open up more opportunity for teachers and school workers to express what they need so that you can make decisions based on that and that we have voice inside and outside this building that respects First Amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we will now play the recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hi, my name is Minda Anderson, and I'm a librarian in the district. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin, and I'd like to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. As it stands, many of us do not have a voice because the times provided do not allow for us to sign up for school board public comments since they coincide with our workday. Some of the workload issues I'm referring to are our custodians. They have had staffing cut in recent years, but their workload remains the same and they are struggling. Also, as our student device manager, I can say that we are doing a disservice to our students by not providing dedicated classified positions to work with devices. Device managers are often librarians, front office staff, or classroom teachers, and due to the workload, we are struggling to make both jobs happen. Regardless of whether it is tied to an agenda item, it's essential that all voices are heard. Thank you.
My name is Beatriz Pascual Benjure, and I'm a 4th and 5th grade dual language teacher. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. I am here to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. For instance, we all work from 6 to 4 at least, and our planning periods are not actually planning periods because we do have meetings, arts, planning conferences, or bureaucracy to deal with. All lesson plannings, materials, and trainings are done after school. That means that our schedule could not end until 9 p.m. We're not able to attend board meetings or any other political action, and hence our voice is being ignored. Regardless of whether it is tied to an agenda item, it's essential that all voices are heard. We want to retain all our staff on our worksite, so please make this policy change so that our staff and community can fully participate and contribute to the decisions that affect us directly. Thank you.
Just so the public knows,
Chris Doherty, Board Chair of Austin Voices for Education and Youth. We owe Travis County a debt of gratitude for their ongoing support for the Family Resource Centers, reflected in item 7.3 on the agenda. In addition to this funding that has continued for 14 years, the county, through a grant from Central Health, has supported the healthcare outreach work of Austin Voices. Our partnership with Central Texas Food Bank and Austin Public Health has also worked for the benefit of Austin ISD students and their families, showing the value that a network of partnerships can bring to the work of the school district in these challenging times. We are grateful for your support. Thank you.
My name is Bree Rolfe, and I work for Project Health and Student Support Services. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. I am calling in to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. For instance, it is important for us to personally share our concerns, such as how many of us are not being paid a livable wage and the current workload. Staff do not have time during their workday to communicate their needs about their working conditions. Making the board meetings more accessible would ensure that employees have a voice, regardless of whether it's tied to an agenda item. It's essential that board meetings be accessible and that all voices are heard. If you want to retain your staff, the current format is not working for the workers, especially our classified employees. This change you're voting on will help us fully participate in our board meetings. Make it right.
Mi nombre es Marcela Sanz Blanco, maestra bilingüe de primer grado en la Escuela Becker y madre de familia de estudiantes en Austin ISD, orgullosamente miembro de Education Austin. Estoy aquí para comentar en el punto 12.1 de la agenda acerca de la política de participación pública de la Junta Directiva del Distrito. Es importante que los cambios mencionados en el punto 12.1 sean aprobados para que los empleados del distrito puedan asistir a las juntas directivas, grabar sus mensajes de comentarios y compartan sus preocupaciones acerca de la gran carga de trabajo que actualmente tenemos que afecta a la retención de maestros y maestras. Los maestros y maestros de las escuelas primarias tenemos que escoger entre tener 30 minutos para comer o llamar para grabar nuestros mensajes el día de la junta, reduciendo la cantidad de tiempo que tenemos para comer nuestra comida con tranquilidad. Hoy tuve que llamar en repetidas ocasiones para poder dejar mi mensaje. Por ejemplo, es importante que el Estado tenga la oportunidad de mencionar que el salario que recibimos no es suficiente para tener una vida digna en Austin. Necesitamos una ventana más grande para que el personal pueda participar con nuestros problemas urgentes. En muchas ocasiones nos encontramos con problemas muy urgentes que tal vez no están relacionados con algún punto específico de la agenda de la Junta Ejecutiva, y es importante tener espacios para comunicar esas preocupaciones que nos afectan a nosotros, el personal, pero que al final los más afectados de todas nuestras preocupaciones son nuestros estudiantes. Agradezco su atención.
My name is Marcela Sáenz Blanco, bilingual first grade teacher at Becker School and mother of students at Austin ISD. I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to comment on agenda item 12.1 about the policy for public participation in the board meetings of the district. It's important that the changes mentioned in item 12.1 are approved so that district employees can be present at the board meetings, record the messages of their comments, and share concerns about the high workload we have that affects the retention of teachers. The teachers at elementary schools must choose between having 30 minutes to eat or call to record our messages the day of the meeting, reducing the amount of time we have to eat our food quietly. Today, I had to call several times to be able to leave my message. For example, it's important that the staff can say that the salary we receive is not enough to have a dignified life in Austin. We need a bigger window to allow staff to participate with our urgent issues. Many times we encounter very urgent problems that might not be related to a specific item in the board meeting agenda, and it's important to have spaces to communicate these concerns that affect us, the staff, but that in the end, the most affected of all our worries are our students. Thanks for your attention.
Hi, my name is Lori Baker, and I am a dyslexia interventionist. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd all be able to come to board meetings and share our concerns about working conditions. For instance, just recently, my very, very old air conditioning unit in my classroom was leaking, and I know other classrooms have experienced similar problems. My air conditioner was leaking into my classroom, and it also won't turn off, and it kind of caused a major disruption during my dyslexia intervention, and I had to get 2 custodians to help me try to figure out where the leak was coming from. We found out it was coming from the very, very old air condition that really needs to be replaced.
Hello, my name is Lisa Flores. I'm calling on item 12.1. I see that it is proposed to move to only general public comment in person. Please don't do that. Please retain the recorded line. Many people don't have childcare. The boardroom is small and doesn't really seat a lot of people. And there's many working parents who are working one, maybe more jobs. There's just a general, it's very difficult. Your access to HQ should not be the determinant factor as to whether or not you're able to leave public comment. Please preserve this option for the few people that are still calling in. Please don't change that policy. It works fine. Please don't change it. Thank you.
My name is Gracie Hopkins, and I'm a 4th grade dual language teacher at Bettis Elementary and a proud member of Education Austin. I am speaking about agenda item 12.1 regarding public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. For instance, the fact that the square footage expectations on custodians has increased to a very unsustainable amount. Front office staff are doing 2 to 3 jobs at once while trying to serve families and keep the school safe. Class sizes continue to balloon with no relief, and the student to counselor ratio is shamefully high as a district that touts itself on serving the whole child. Regardless of whether it's tied to an agenda item, it's essential that all voices are heard. We want to retain all of our staff on our work sites. Please make this policy change so that our staff and community can fully participate and contribute to the decisions that affect us directly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Sharon, and I'm a teaching assistant at Patton Elementary School. I am also a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. We need these policies to ensure that all are able to come to school board meetings and share our concerns. We want to be able to share concerns about workload issues facing all of our staff. It is important for all of us to be able to personally share concerns, such as how many of us are not being paid a livable wage still. Also, with the current workload, staff do not have time during the workday to communicate these needs about working conditions and other issues that may affect us. Making the board meetings accessible to all would ensure that every employee has a voice. Regardless of whether it is tied to an agenda item, it is essential that all voices in AISD are heard. We want to make sure all of our AISD staff remain at all of our work sites. The current format is not working for our workers. This change you are voting on will help us fully participate in every school board meeting.
Hi, my name is Minda Anderson, and I'm a librarian in the district. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin, and I'd like to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. As it stands, many of us do not have a voice because the times provided do not allow for us to sign up for school board public comments since they coincide with our workday. Some of the workload issues I'm referring to are our custodians. They have had staffing cut in recent years, but their workload remains the same and they are struggling. Also, as our student device manager, I can say that we are doing a disservice to our students by not providing dedicated classified positions to work with devices. Device managers are often librarians, front office staff, or classroom teachers, and due to the workload, we are struggling to make both jobs happen. Regardless of whether it is tied to an agenda item, it's essential that all voices are heard. Thank you.
My name is Beatriz Pascual Benjure, and I'm a 4th and 5th grade dual language teacher. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. I am here to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding school board policy with public participation. Having these policies would ensure that we all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. For instance, we all work from 6 to 4 at least, and our planning periods are not actually planning periods because we do have meetings, arts, planning conferences, or bureaucracy to deal with. All lesson plannings, materials, and trainings are done after school. That means that our schedule could not end until 9 p.m. We're not able to attend board meetings or any other political action, and hence our voice is being ignored. Regardless of whether it is tied to an agenda item, it's essential that all voices are heard. We want to retain all our staff on our worksite, so please make this policy change so that our staff and community can fully participate and contribute to the decisions that affect us directly. Thank you.
This is Chris Doherty, Board Chair of Austin Voices for Education and Youth. We owe Travis County a debt of gratitude for their ongoing support for the Family Resource Centers, reflected in item 7.3 on the agenda. In addition to this funding that has continued for 14 years, the county, through a grant from Central Health, has supported the healthcare outreach work of Austin Voices. Our partnership with Central Texas Food Bank and Austin Public Health has also worked for the benefit of Austin ISD students and their families, showing the value that a network of partnerships can bring to the work of the school district in these challenging times. We are grateful for your support. Thank you.
My name is Bree Rolfe, and I work for Project Health and Student Support Services. I'm also a proud member of Education Austin. I am calling in to speak on agenda item 12.1 regarding board policy with public participation. Passing these policies would ensure that we'd all be able to come to board meetings and share concerns about workload issues faced by our staff. For instance, it is important for us to personally share our concerns, such as how many of us are not being paid a livable wage and the current workload. Staff do not have time during their workday to communicate their needs about their working conditions. Making the board meetings more accessible would ensure that employees have a voice, regardless of whether it's tied to an agenda item. It's essential that board meetings be accessible and that all voices are heard. If you want to retain your staff, the current format is not working for the workers, especially our classified employees. This change you're voting on will help us fully participate in our board meetings. Make it right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your patience. I know that was kind of difficult. We replayed the first 4 because it seemed like those were the hardest to hear. But I think, trustees, do you all feel like you heard all of them testimony? Because we can ask the administration to transcribe them. Are we good? Okay. All right. So just as a brief explanation, our boardroom AV system was serviced this week. And so as you can see, we're having some issues, and the vendor who did the repairs will be here tomorrow to address the issues. So thank you all for your patience and taking the time to share your concerns. Trustees, do you have any clarification questions? Yes, Vice President Foster.
So with the recognition that the supposedly appropriate time to discuss would be at the beginning of 12.1. The reality is people are asking and interested now, so I sense some confusion among the public in terms of the different call-ins, and I would love for the administration to provide some clarity in terms of the proposed changes to policy. Thank you. In item 12.1.
Yeah, sir, I'd like to have Jacob Breach, our Chief of Government Relations and Board Services, to provide a brief clarification to the trustees.
Happy to. So the recommended policy in front of the board tonight, BED, public participation, is for local, and that was shared with our board policy committee. And stay with me because there's going to be two parts to this. So our BED local talks about what are the rules for public comment, and we are amending that to change for our information session from being recorded only to in-person or recorded. So now for all of our types of public comments or public testimonies that we provide, we will allow either recorded or in person. And you'll do that the same way that you would for the regular voting meeting, where you call in, we pick up, and we ask, are you interested in recording a message, or are you wanting to come in? And then we go through our script of deciding what is the correct item. And so that belongs in there because it's about the rules around public comment. BED regulation, which is set by the superintendent and provides the details behind all of that, is also having a change. That's not for the board because the superintendent will approve that. But I did add into the agenda item language about changing the time so that the public was aware that the time change would also be coming. And what we are committing to with the change of that policy is to extend public so currently it's 7:45 to 3. We are going to extend that to 4:30 the day of, and we are committing to that for sure. We're also exploring and hope to have in place for our board information session in 2 weeks, limited signups on Wednesday as well. And we're just trying to figure out what is the best time to set that on Wednesday afternoon. And so we're looking at like 3 to 4, 3 to 4:30, something like that. So individuals could sign up starting on Wednesday all the way through Thursday. And so those would be the changes to provide more time. That would allow all of our teaching staff to have some time that's outside of their duty day, not just their school day, but their entire duty day to call in.
Very helpful, thank you.
Trustees, any other clarifying questions? Okay. Oh, yes.
Quick one. Yeah, with the new, thank you for the information about the new time window in regulation. Will that be monitored to be sure it's working for people who say the current system isn't, to make sure that that is an ample window that works with people's schedules? Because I know sometimes people have to leave work, go pick up kids really quickly, you know, there may be other barriers. So will we be tracking that to be sure it achieves the purpose intended?
We will continue to take feedback from people when they call in or through their emails. And, you know, I do want to share that this is in regards to a lot of the comments that we did hear from some of our teachers, especially our elementary teachers, that we discussed these changes with our board.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, trustees. So as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. All right, so we will now move to the consent agenda. Trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for separate vote? Okay, great. So Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, and which items are those?
Not pulling those now.
If you don't mind, Secretary Boswell listing the actual numbers.
Oh, yes, I'll list them all, pardon me.
Thank you. For a second.
Yes, okay, I move to approve items 7.1 through 7.3, items 8.1 through 8.5, item 9.1 through 9.3, item 10.1 through 10.3, items 11.1 and 11.2, item 12.1.
Great, thank you.
And thank you for the reminder.
Of course. Is there a second? Second. All right. So trustees, is there any discussion on these consent items? Great. All right. So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.3, 8.1 through 8.5, 9.1 through 9.3, 10.1 through 10.3, 11.1 through 11.2, and 12.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so we will now move to the items that were abstention items for separate vote. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve item 13.1?
Yes, I move to approve item 13.1, approval of an educational affiliation agreement and nursing program agreement with University of Texas and Austin ISD to provide clinical experience for student nurses.
Is there a second? Second. Trustees, any discussion on this? All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata on item 13.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, those opposed and those abstaining. All right, the motion carries with 7 in favor and 2 abstentions. Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve item 13.2?
Yes, I move to approve item 13.2, interlocal cooperation contract between Austin ISD and the University of Texas.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion, trustees? All right, I'm having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 13.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed and those abstaining. All right, the motion carries with 7 in favor and 2 abstentions. All right, thank you all. Now we are going to move on to item 14, which is the Lone Star Governance Quarterly Evaluation. So as part of our commitment to effective school board governance, we engage in a quarterly self-evaluation process. This process tells us how well we are creating the conditions for district-wide improvement of student outcomes. In our second quarter of implementation of Lone Star Governance, the board grew from 19 points on our quarterly progress tracker to 38 points. This exceeds our projected goal, which was 31 points. So good job, board. Really appreciate the hard work. And thank you to our coach, Ashley Paz, for keeping us on track. Board members individually evaluated our board, and those evaluations were shared with our coach. She and I then met to calibrate the results. And so I'll sort of briefly detail the areas that we grew. And our coach is also available via Zoom in the event that we would like to bring her on for more information. So Dr. Reach, is she on Zoom right now? Or we just call her if we phone a friend if we need her. Okay. So for vision and goals 1 through 4, that's remained the same since the last quarter. We are holding steady in the approaches focus level, and we anticipate this to be our area of most growth in the next quarter as we adopt our updated scorecard. Progress and accountability 1 is the area where we saw the most growth. This is the section that lays out effective progress monitoring behaviors. We have moved from does not meet focus to masters focus. Wow. And progress and accountability 1 for an increase of 15 points. We are also holding steady in progress and accountability 2 at approaches focus. We will move to the meets level this summer when we receive a report on the cost of staff time associated with governance. Moving on to systems and processes, we have moved from preparing to focus to approaches focus because we have not made any changes to our monitoring calendar in the last quarter. Thank you, Dr. Reach. That's a large part due to you. So we appreciate that. We will move to masters in this section when the board goes through our policy diet. If and when we get to that point, we haven't really calendared that exactly yet. So this is currently part of the implementation that we really don't plan to address for a little while. We are truly very focused on the scorecard right now, but we can entertain adjusting that timeline at the will of the board. Our next category is advocacy and engagement, where we moved from does not meet to approaches because of our recent community engagement activity. So thanks to our community engagement team for helping supporting all of that. Our final section is synergy and teamwork, where we are holding steady at 3 points in the approaches category. So we are approaching a good teamwork, guys. I don't know. I feel like we have a great team, but there are still some ways we can improve. So, and if people are interested, by the way, the actual rubric that I'm referring to is available online on Board Docs. It's some fun reading there. So, but it's really informative and will help y'all understand some of the changes that you see that are hopefully going to help us ultimately improve student outcomes. So before we vote, though, to accept the quarterly evaluation, I would like to invite any comments or questions from trustees. Questions or comments? Okay. Well, in that case, Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve item 14.1?
Yes, I move to approve item 14.1.
Is there a second? Second. All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 14.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, thank you. I had to make sure I gave everyone a chance. All right, so the motion passes by all those on the dais. So thank you all very much. I will move on now to item 15, which is related to items pulled not for consideration. So Superintendent Segura, could you give us an update on the item that was pulled regarding our family resource centers?
Yes, the administration pulled item 15.1 due to violations of district policy CHE local. In the past few days, we received information that officials or representatives of all potential partners had reached out through email and phone to trustees for the purposes of advancing the interests of individual groups under consideration of the RFP. Our policy has a prohibition against vendors and vendor representatives not contacting the board or district personnel for the purpose of soliciting a purchase or discussing a particular solicitation. If someone violates the prohibition, or our policy requires that consideration of the vendor for award shall be invalidated. We want to be clear, this was not associated with community members, students, and staff who called or emailed advocating for either of these groups or for these services. It had nothing to do with that. It's important we provide multiple methods for the community to share their feedback and help us shape important decisions. We're grateful for all of our community members who reached out. This is just regarding issues of individuals directly associated with potential partners. Tomorrow we'll release more information on next steps for this program. We recognize these opportunities have become part of the culture of our school district, and we want to ensure we continue to provide students and families with high quality opportunities to be engaged and supported. And that concludes my update.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments, trustees? Okay. All right, so at this time, we will move into our workshop. So the board will, so the scheduled workshop will allow trustees and the administration to further discuss our budget, scorecard goals, and constraints. So we will move to the floor for tonight's workshop. In order to allow us to transition to the floor, the board will momentarily convene to executive session. We should return in about 15 or 20 minutes for our discussion. So we will now recess the open meeting at 7:51 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Codes sections 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. So really appreciate everyone who is here tonight. Thank you. Okay, guys, we are back. Okay, thank you all for your patience. So the time is 8:43, and let me get to the right spot here. Excuse me. Okay, so we'll now reconvene the open meeting at 8:43 p.m. and go into our retreat. So I believe we're going to talk about the Vader first. So, yes. Superintendent.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to have a conversation, a work session around the voter authorized tax rate election. A continuation from the update we provided earlier this evening by way of superintendent's update. And so we do have a presentation. We'll go through it very briefly. I think we discussed a lot that I was going to discuss here, so we won't have to spend a tremendous amount of time. There is at the end, I guess we need to pull it up. There is at the end an activity. We love using tools, so we're going to use something similar. I recognize kind of where we are and kind of what information we may receive and we'll talk about timeline for that. But getting information, as I said, is critically important to understand where our trustees are as they move towards the completion of the budgeting process. Let's see if we can pull this up, and then we'll get going. There it is. Awesome. Okay. And so I just touched on the first slide, which is really the objective. Earlier, like many months ago, we talked about tax rate election, and we're trying to be really intentional as we talk about VADER as a voter-approved tax rate election. You heard me earlier talk about the value in $44 million and what would be retained after recapture to the district. A couple weeks ago, if not a month ago, it was $46 million. We talked earlier about why that was the case. It has to do with projected property values and us estimating 10%, and Travis County Presidents are coming back at projecting 5%. So every time we get information, Ed and the finance team go and modify and update their models, and that kind of gives us updated projections. So we are seeking feedback, however, around, if a VADER is to be supported and move forward, different elements within it, right? We want to be very, very clear with our community, with our trustees, with our staff, why are we asking for this and what will it help pay for? And so we kind of bundle those into three things. The first being compensation, and we'll talk about that. Additional campus-based staff, talk about that. And then budget stabilization efforts. Just recognizing that, with everything that we've done with the $30 million cuts in this upcoming fiscal year, we are still moving forward and carrying forward a $30 million deficit. So any additional revenue, we'd like to consider setting some aside to kind of ensure that long-term we're in a very protected position. Go to the next slide. So this slide, just for everybody's awareness, is just a copy of the slide we had earlier. I wasn't intending on spending so much time in the board meeting talking about this, but again, it's a great resource for you. Just communicates how AISD kind of lines up and compares to other school districts within Central Texas. The main point here is just reinforcing the fact that we have the lowest tax rate in Central Texas. When they're in the school districts that we're comparing against are listed, and as a note, the numbers in red identify where the copper pennies or the gold pennies or the copper pennies have been maxed out, and so you can see that some school districts have decided to go that path. Next slide, please. This slide, just to kind of reinforce, is a comparison between Austin ISD and other large school districts. Some of them are urban, some of them are not, but all very large. Again, you can see here, same graphic, same structure, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, Tier 2 being gold, Tier 3 being copper, where we have school districts that have maxed out, and on the far right-hand column, our effective tax rate at 0.8595. Again, this does not include the VADER. This tax rate does not include that. This is where we are currently. Again, at the lower end when compared to other school districts of substantial size. Next slide, please. This is the slide again. We can quickly click through this, just reinforcing what we talked about earlier. This slide, Trustee Kaufman, we talked about it, and we had questions from Trustee Kaufman and Trustee Foster around the breakdown, and just acknowledging that this tax rate election, because it is copper pennies, the recapture percentage for each dollar received is different than our total percent of recapture. So as we said before, roughly 25% would be retained within AISD to be used for programming, compensation, any of the needs, and the 75%, the remaining percent would go back to the state in a form of recapture. And Ed can certainly speak to details. And I do know that there's a request to provide additional information around how this breaks down, and we can provide that to the board by way of board update. If not, board update for sure, and then in a following presentation, we'll be sure to add it as well. Next slide. Go ahead, Trustee Kaufman.
I just think I would recommend revising the previous slide, 19, if it's going to be used, because that's the one that it looks like there is, not on this slide, but on the one, because that one, it looks like for the golden penny, there is no recapture at all, because it shows 0, which suggests that the golden pennies have no recapture. which is true, but then the next one shows the 51% overall recapture,
Correct.
which is not just the copper pennies. So I think distinguishing between that would be important on that slide if it's going to be used again.
And we've actually revised it just for that purpose, yeah.
That was fast, like 3 seconds. Well,
I mean, can I call on trustees in work sessions, I guess? Okay. Trustee Boswell.
Thank you. I think you probably have to turn yours off. Is this our new sound system? Can I turn my microphone off? Okay. Oh, it may be better now. Okay. I also think it is really worth noting that with the changes made in the property tax during the special session, our recapture this year is substantially lower than it was last year, and that even if we have the Vader, we would still be $140 million below the recapture we had last year, the year before the property tax changes were made at the state. And I think that's another, another element to talk about and make clear, because I think just the more information our community has, the better they can make judgments about that. Thank you.
So one of the things the way that we show this and you've seen this before when we've had bond elections, we talk about what is the impact to the average home. And what this graphic here does, as I take you through it, what it does is identify the value of the average home within Travis County, actually within the city of Austin, or Austin ISD's footprint. And you can see for the information we have now from the appraisal district, the average home value is $563,000. The homestead exemption, which has changed in the last legislative session, has gone from $40,000 to $100,000. So you can see that. And then you can see when you apply the AISD tax rate per $100, the estimated AISD taxes. And again, this is total collection, so it doesn't represent what AISD retains and what is spent with recapture. This is what a homeowner pays. So if you look on the left, that is where we would be for tax year 2024. On the right-hand side, it's the same tax year, but now we're including the voter-approved tax rate election. Again, average home, $563,000. The homestead exemption remains $100,000. The AISD tax rate now has been adjusted to account for this, the copper pennies and the 1/10 of one golden penny. And so the new estimated AISD tax payment for a home of $563,000 would be $4,300. And so what that breaks down to is $35 per month increase to the homeowner. And so, we're going to continue to show this in this way, based on feedback we received just earlier, in the board meeting. I think there's an opportunity to even talk about, when we say AISD pay taxes, that's the payment, but what AISD retains and what the state receives via recapture is also important to note on this slide. It's kind of one takeaway as I present it. I don't want our community to think that what they pay in taxes comes to AISD, or that we get to keep what they pay. That is not the case, and this is a good way we can show that here as well. Go ahead.
Again, the Taxparency website, there are people who've been advocating for that to show up on tax bills. There's a website called Taxparency, and I think they have excellent communication that really makes it clear for people. And we might consider using some of those, like looking to their tools to help communicate what stays and what goes and how that really looks.
Yeah, and there was a big push a couple years ago to try to get that to be done, and didn't quite make it across the finish line. But yeah, I remember some of those pieces, and they were very helpful. You can definitely incorporate some of that. It's a good comment, for sure. So next slide, please. We talked about this earlier. I'm not going to belabor it, but I do want to communicate that there are many things that are happening in parallel. Us moving forward with the budget process, which has to be completed, whether or not AISD pursues a VADR. And what we're trying to do is to engage with our community, get feedback from our trustees, engage with our trustees, get feedback from Education Austin to really create a solution that considers all of our options as we move through the next fiscal year, acknowledging that, in spring of 2025, the legislature will reconvene to discuss many things, and hopefully they will discuss, public, finance and public education funding. But the reason this is important that we show it this way is that there are many things that we're going to be asking from trustees along the way that will help inform our process. And that's just kind of reinforced here. So we're going to, in a moment, transition, and we're going to present to you a tool that identifies line item by line item different things that we would like the trustees to consider as you build up a potential Vader package. I think it's really important that we are transparent about what we're asking these funds to be used for. Right now, as you can imagine, the administration has some ideas. We have some thoughts around that, but we really want to get y'all's input, and unfortunately, it needs to be in a fairly kind of expedited time fashion, because we're going to take that and then continue on with our process regarding compensation discussions with Education Austin, with our budgeting process. And so this just represents kind of the tasks we've gone through and where we're headed. So there's a lot going on, and any feedback y'all can provide, not only tonight, but over the next day, is going to be incredibly helpful. And so this slide here, slide 10, represents kind of one possible strategy for a Vader. This is something that the team and I pulled together based on different needs identified and different opportunities identified. Again, kind of going back to what we talked about several months ago. Does it align with our values? Does it align with our initiatives? Is it tied to or help mitigate against an existential risk? And so this is kind of one approach that could be considered. I don't want to spend a ton of time kind of speaking to it, but it does consider compensation for teachers and librarians. It does consider market adjustments. It talks about a 1% of midpoint pay increase for all other employees, and does also consider additional staff. And the two areas that I want y'all to focus on are dedicated registrars and positions at elementary schools and middle schools. This is based on a couple different things. The first being that enrollment, registration, the kind of needs of a campus are really spread pretty thin across a lot of folks. And what we keep hearing and what we heard from Education Austin in the town hall and what we've heard from staff is we really need to provide some supports. We do feel that investment will help offset, will almost kind of pay for itself in a way. If we do it well, we think that we'll be able to perhaps improve average daily attendance, but also help with the registration process, which we know can be challenging at times. And then the other thing, the last item, if you go back, Heather, one slide, the full-time instructional coaches to support kind of teachers coming into, well, actually all teachers, but just, supporting teachers and meeting them where they are. The one thing I want to point out here is that, 2 years ago, we did not have instructional coaches, okay? Last year, we were able to bring instructional coaches within the district, but we used Title I funds to pay for these positions. As we move forward, we're wanting to move the instructional coaches to 199, which is, when I say 199, what I'm really saying is our general operating budget, to protect them so that if there's a fluctuation in Title I funding, the instructional coach stays with the campus. Right now, if, and it happens every year, right, because the students that are identified as economically disadvantaged changes every year. Schools and the way percentages are allocated will move in or move out. And we're seeing that happen now. It happens every single year. But we feel strongly that given where we are and supports that we need, instructional coaches should be kind of part of the foundation of the educational system. So we're not proposing that they go away. We're proposing is that they move to 199, which is why they would show up here. Now, what that allows us to do also is actually introduce interventionists into the school system in a meaningful way. Right now, we do have some interventionists, but many of them are paid for with different kind of funds, many times either Title I or paid for out of local funds that PTA or other groups kind of built up. So they're not consistent. And so what we're wanting to explore is if instructional coaches can go to 199 in the general operating budget, then we could then take the funds that are vacated by the instructional coaches and actually bring in interventionists. And that would help us really support the relaunch of MTSS, which is identified in the TEA agreed order, right? And so when you heard me talk about priorities and you heard me talk about existential risk, we're really trying to find those things that meet multiple needs. And these are a couple. And the reason I call them out is because I think that if the administration, if we are able to find more dollars by way of continuing to reduce the cost of contracts, if you were to ask me what are the next things that would have to come in, I would say those two would be it, specifically the interventionist, because it is tied to so much in the system and definitely helps do a lot of things for us. So go ahead, Trustee Boswell.
Can you speak a little bit to those two positions specifically? I'm talking about increasing attendance, for example, making it easier for people to enroll, having the instructional coaches, having the interventionists. As we're about to go talk about our scorecard, kind of how those fit into student achievement and what impacts you think those investments, like why those, and what's the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, interventionists are going to, so, for MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, a year and a half ago when we sat down and we really tried to evaluate what was keeping our system from progressing and really supporting our students. And we were focusing initially on students that were receiving special education services, but I think as a team we realized that it's an academic system issue. And our team has developed the MTSS guidebook, and it talks about how Tier 1 instruction should be provided and how many days a student should experience Tier 2 before they move into Tier 1, and really providing I would say sound methodologies and how to support the system. Now, the reason interventionists are critical because as a student moves and moves into Tier 2, they may have a small group. They may need one-to-one. If they go to Tier 3, they're not going to hopefully be there for longer than 6 weeks, and they get reevaluated. That entire process, is going to be done as close to the classroom as possible. The challenge we have is we need to provide professional development for our educators, and we need to also not overburden them with this additional kind of reinforcement of MTSS. And so it's like a balanced challenge that we have in order to ensure that we're compliant and actually building out MTSS, which I think will ultimately help the entire system. I think everybody behind me, I think, agrees that will help long term. So interventionists would do a couple things. It would help reduce some of the, the weight of kind of launching MTSS, having someone that can move through the campus and support various educators as they move through multi-tiered systems of support with their students, and also distribute the work. It's a huge, in my mind, a significant benefit. And so as far as the goals, goal 1, goal 2 would significantly, I think, be improved or supported. Early numeracy, early literacy for sure. There are others, but when you think about, what's really happening, we feel like the interventionist would be a significant improvement. And to be honest, there many other school districts have them. We do not in this way. And so I think there's consensus from the team and from a lot of folks that we're working with that this is something that could do a lot of things and help us out tremendously, and at the same time ensure compliance with the TA agreed order. And then to your question about registrars, it's similar, but from a different perspective, maybe through a different lens. Right now, what we're seeing on some of our campuses is there's just a lot of things that need to get done. I mean, there's a lot. And we've really tried to ensure that our parent support specialists, who are tasked with engaging with our families, making sure they're connecting resources to families, stay focused in that area. We also, have, custodians they're focused on their work. But what happens when you don't have the right amount of folks in a campus, especially supporting front office work, then people get pulled in. right? And then roles and responsibilities get confused, and there isn't a clear, there aren't clear tasks over time, and we think that it really impacts their work, right? And so we're seeing this in many different areas, so I think providing that resource will help reduce the overall workload. It'll also, I think, help us create and implement more effective average daily attendance strategies. Right now we have them. We work with our executive directors, we work with our principals, but to implement on a daily basis, you're making phone calls to families, you're having conversations, there's a lot that's going on, and sometimes that work can't be lifted because we don't have that person. And I think, in that way, it's kind of helping the entire system at the campus level support our students better. And the one thing that Trustee Kaufman and I have talked about also in the past is, we want to have improved family service. You talk about customer service. I mean, we want family service. Like, we want our families to feel welcomed. We want, to have that type of engagement. And right now, we know it's not happening at all of our campuses. And if we could get this resource and these folks to come in and help us, we really think that we could explore that. Right now, I think it would be disingenuous for me to set an initiative around truly changing our families' experiences as they engage with our schools without having that additional person, because I'd be asking for more things on top of everything else that's going on without actually providing the resource. So that's kind of how it all blends together. But thank you for the question. Yeah. I don't know if that answered it.
That answered it. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And thank you for the term family service. I think we're looking for that. So I love it.
Oh, thank you. And so the other thing that we heard is, we wanted to identify different things that the board could, provide feedback on. And so, we just talked about a couple of them. There are others. Potential special education staff needs, instructional coaches. You heard me talk about that, additional counselors, and improving the ratio. We know that it's over 400 at elementary schools. And so, what would it cost to get to a 250 to 1? Budget stabilization. I was telling the team earlier, if additional revenue is identified by way of the VADR, it would be irresponsible, in my opinion, to consume all of it without recognizing that some of it has to go towards, offsetting this deficit that we're continuing to carry. And so we want to make sure that we create the space to have that conversation and the board to hear from the administration, hey, we think that if we could preserve this amount, it'll, ensure that the continued deficit budget, kind of gets back to balanced. That sets us up well long-term for another, significant investment, and really strengthens our position as we move to legislative sessions. And so these are all things for consideration. Nothing is final by any means, but the work session, well, you can go to the next slide. We have a workbook. You're going to receive it. It's going to be a forced copy. We're going to change the title of the file name, Trustee Budget Workgroup. We're actually going to send Trustee Whitley choose hers first. I think last time she was last and it didn't quite make it all the way through, so we're going to get that done first. The ask is to spend some time soon. Ideally, we would take some today, but we've spent a lot of time already, kind of dialoguing with the board on the dais. It is not a complicated worksheet. I feel confident you can get through it in a very short period of time. And what we're going to do is kind of pull it up here. It's pretty intuitive. It's actually, I think, very intuitive, but it'll help you kind of understand as you fill up the $44 million pot, what is most, what does, Trustee Boswell, recommend? What does, Trustee Hunter recommend? And as this feedback comes to us, we can take that and then take the next step and see if we can refine and bring back something for consideration. And so Heather is going to bring it up, I believe, here in a moment.
Yes, I am.
And we'll be able to kind of show you what it looks like, how it works, and kind of let you know where there's some offsets to consider. And then that'll be your homework. I would hope that we could get it, soon. No, not that. I'm just saying feedback from our trustees.
I have emailed it to all trustees.
I know.
You got it? Okay.
Matthias, so I have a question. This is really helpful. And knowing that we still haven't adopted our new scorecard and constraints, so I think it would be helpful for us to talk a little bit about how, if there are things that, okay, sorry. Once we get closer to a scorecard, what I think I would like to see is some explanation from the administration how the budget is advancing the scorecard goals and constraints. Because right now, like when I look at this, it's all good stuff. Yes, to all of it. However, I feel like we still need to do that crosswalk with our scorecard to make sure that everything that we've said is a priority actually is a priority in the budget. That makes sense? And it probably is.
Oh, no, I think we're very much aligned.
But I think because we haven't developed the scorecard yet, we're still going to have that whole other step. So I would say maybe as we're going through this little Excel spreadsheet thing, it might be helpful for, at least I will be thinking about our draft scorecard. And if there are things that maybe I don't see a connection to directly in the budget or haven't seen yet, it might be something to note.
I think we can certainly do that. I think what we're going to find is many of these are going to impact many of the scorecard goals. Like for instance, compensation for teachers and librarians. Make an argument that's going to impact all of them.
For sure.
And so, I think what we're providing you, it's not like a universe of different things that, these were kind of built up based on, previous, I would say, feedback from the trustees around making sure it aligns with priorities, making sure it addresses, the existential risks that we identify, align with our values. So I don't think that we're going to be off, but I'm happy to work with the team to find those connections whenever we're at a point, which maybe by the end of the day where we have draft constraints and goals. But I can definitely work with the team to make those connections incredibly clear. But I think you're going to see that many of them kind of support many of the constraints and goals.
I think that's helpful, especially as we think about, let's take third grade reading, for example. We know that there are, some campuses or student groups that always do well on third grade reading almost, and some that don't. And it's not the kids' fault. It's because the system is not serving them in some way. So I think what I'm looking for is specificity that for the actual kids that we keep not serving well, and how does that show up in the budget?
So I think the granularity you're looking for is going to be, it's going to be hard to arrive at until you get through goals and initiatives, because the initiatives are the how, right? So the administration is going to refine our initiatives to align with our goal progress measures and our goals. And these are 24 or 36-month initiatives. And so I would want to ensure that the initiatives are resourced properly. And so I think we can attempt to do it. I'm just not sure that we're going to be able to get to that level of granularity until you build out all the initiatives, because my hope is that next year, when you're here, when we're all here together, it's just that clearly aligned. So I just don't want to mislead you and say I can get to that level of detail, because we're going to get the goal progress measures and we're going to refine our initiatives. That's going to take, that's going to take a little bit of time to do a 36-month, 48-month initiative. But I do want to make sure that whatever is in the first year of that initiative is funded within this upcoming fiscal year, right? That's really what we're trying to do, I believe, as an organization, to ensure total alignment. Because if it's not funded, then I can't deliver on the initiative, then I'm not going to meet the goal progress measure, which means I'm not going to meet the goal.
So I think what I'm hearing is not all of it will show up exactly in the budget, but it would show up in the budget and the strategic planning, and which outlines your initiatives and things like that.
I just think that the timing is what's making it difficult.
Okay.
Because the goals and the goal progress measures and the initiatives aren't fully baked. And so what you would do is get a budget to ensure that you can execute your initiatives.
Okay.
And our initiatives are based on our goal progress measures and our goals. So I think we've got a good handle on it. I feel like I can definitely get feedback and provide information that communicates that they're aligned to our goals and goal progress measures. And in some areas we'll have a lot of detail, in other areas maybe not so much. It just depends on kind of how the scorecard evolves over the next couple of weeks, I would say.
Okay.
But I feel like we can answer that with enough granularity to
I
get.
think, like, here, let me just sort of in plain English, like, I want to be able to, when I vote on the budget, I want to be really assured that there is stuff in there that is specifically going to help. For example, Black, Hispanic students with 504s, like what exactly in the budget is going to help the kids that we continually seeing not meeting the targets we set. And that's that whole equity versus equality. So I appreciate, having instructional coaches at every campus, but that doesn't tell me, like, how is that going to especially help this one group of kids if every single campus is getting this? I'm not saying every campus doesn't deserve it, but like if we truly look at the data and start with that and say, okay, these are the groups that keep missing the targets that we've set, what are we doing? And maybe it's not a budget, maybe it's a paragraph, that somebody writes up and says like, okay, this is how we are going to close the reading gap for, these student groups, and just like put the budget stuff, the initiative language, all of that.
Yep.
So like to me, that's that connection between the budget and the scorecard.
I think that solution is probably better because there are probably, there are going to be dozens and dozens and dozens. So this is a Vader. This is not even the budget. Mm-hmm. So, I think that if we were to look at a scorecard goal 1 and said, provide a narrative of all the elements within the budget that are going to move these outcomes, right, in alignment with our values, and recognizing that, our students who've been historically underserved need, they have different needs. There's different needs. That we can do. Because it's never, it's never one-to-one. There's hundreds and hundreds of line items that kind of come together all in unison to support the system. And you may ask, well, what are we doing to serve students that are identified as economically disadvantaged and also receive special education services? Well, there are going to be many items in the budget that actually speak to that. And so I think it'd be better to go in the reverse and maybe do it that way.
And I don't, like, I'm not asking for like every single of the 100 items, but like the degree of change, like, okay, like I know that if I recall correctly, every time we look at eco-dis versus non-eco-dis, the subgroup that shows the biggest gap between eco and non-eco-dis is special education. And so there's something happening there. Like our kids who, I can't remember which metric it was, but our students who were receiving special education services, who are not economically disadvantaged, were performing 6 times higher than kids who were economically disadvantaged. That was a huge gap. So I think what I'm looking for is like the administration to close this gap is going to ensure that like the SPED kids at, these 12 target schools, like where they have the lowest, scores or whatever, I don't even know. You guys figure that out. But this is what we're doing there, so that we can go to our community and say like, this is what the administration is doing, and we're able to verbalize how it shows up in the budget. That's what I don't know if that resonates with anybody else, but like I keep finding myself going to the same groups of people, and they're asking this, and I know you guys are doing it, but it hasn't been communicated in a way that we can like point to it.
I think, so I sense the frustration, and I acknowledge that what's really, I think, keeping this from being what we want it to be is that you don't have alignment, initiatives, goal progress measures, and goals. We just don't. And so, I guess I can tell you what we're doing at those schools, but if you really want to have a budget aligned with an initiative that moves the work, then the initiative needs to be updated to align with the goal progress. I mean, that is the clearest like through line that will align everything. But we're not at a point where we have those completed. I mean, the scorecard goals are not, I mean, so it's kind of one of these things where I think a narrative probably works. I think next year, like as we talk about doing monitoring reports, my goal would be to present, this is what, our understanding of student outcomes. This is, the superintendent's or the administration's progress in these goal progress measures. This is what we've done over the last 12 months. This is how these 12 months find themselves in the 4-year initiative, right? Because it takes time to do these. And then, we can say, okay, well, how do you resource these 36 months? Well, year one is going to be, we're going to pay for professional development. We're going to pay for these resources. And, that's how it really needs to come together. So we can attempt to do it. I think we have a lot and we can provide a lot. I just don't know that it's going to meet that expectation until you have them all built out, like in detail, which is where we want to get, for sure. It's just a function of time, I think, is the challenge. Trustee Lugo?
Yeah, I have a question. So bear with me while I explain what I'm thinking about. And I don't know how different y'all's process is, which is why that's ultimately my question. So I remember when we had to do budgets by department for our division, this was at the state, there were some items that, they're just routine, right? Like you always got to pay for paper or you always got to pay for whatever, right? And then, at least in the department that I led, there were some things that were either general revenue, federal dollars that would come to us anyways, or there were special grants that maybe we pursued or somehow received them, like formula grants, so again, standard money. And we would have to indicate, okay, well, what are you going to do with that money? And what's different about your plan for the upcoming fiscal year compared to where you were for the last fiscal year? Now, we didn't have, in the same way, we didn't have goal progress measures, but we had initiatives. And so I'm kind of sitting here trying to understand, like in that situation, in that environment that I came from, we were required to say, like, here's what we're going to do. Here's where these dollars go. Here's why our department has chosen to invest in, X many, whatever. Now, we wouldn't do that for everything, right? It doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. But you would want to highlight the items that are going to, in our world, that would make the greatest impact towards our division's bigger goal and our division's mission. And so help me understand, what's the challenge?
I think the challenge is if it's that high level, and this is what we're talking about, if it's a narrative higher level, then yes, I think we can provide that. Because we're cutting now, right? So we're not necessarily adding in many cases. So we've been cutting. And to your point, not that we are buying paper like crazy, but 87% or 86% of our budget is staff, right? And so there are things that are not movable, but the remaining funds that are adjustable, right? Those go to priorities, initiatives, et cetera. And so I think the reason I'm saying it this way is because there are many expenses that are tied to moving the work, and many of them are absorbed or just done within a department, like line item by line item. And so they're initiative-based, but they're not necessarily cost-based. And so I think what I'm trying to do is to figure out a way to blend the two together, given where we are in the process. Because like special education initiative, we talk about being 1A. I can go back over the course of last year and tell you the 20 different things that we've done, and I can tell you the 10 things that we're going to do. Many of those are probably in here, but many of them are probably not. And so I just got to figure out a way to kind of communicate them. And if we start with the scorecard goals and initiatives, I can tell you this is how the initiatives find themselves in the budget. I think if we do the opposite and say line item by line item or everything over 100,000, then that becomes difficult. And so when we talked about what are the expenses that are tied to moving, these student groups in this way, I would be hesitant to provide that until I could show how those expenses were tied to the much larger initiative that really do it and make it sustainable for years. So that's the only reason I'm struggling. I think part of the problem is I'm sitting here like kind of in my brain kind of trying to figure out how to do it with what I'm receiving.
It's like when you have that Excel sheet and you can click on that plus sign. You're clicking on the plus sign, bro. I just want that top line. I just want that top. And you know why?
But President Singh, I think, wanted more, like a little more than the plus sign.
Don't be clicking that plus sign, Arthi. Don't be clicking. No, we can get there. No, in all seriousness, where was I headed? Part of it for me is also thinking about communicating back to the community. And these are, and when I say community, I mean folks who we're lucky if they might pop into their phone, check out one of the newsletters, right? But I guarantee you that what'll happen is if something happens at their campus, if something happens to their teacher, their coach, a very personal impact, they'll want to understand, now, how are y'all spending this money, right? And so as we're collectively working, but most of the responsibility and burden is on the administration, thinking about how do we communicate simply where our limited dollars are going, and not to the level of like, okay, we're going to buy, brand X nuggets instead of brand Y, right? But it's maybe in that scenario, it's how are we improving nutrition for our students? Well, you're not going to break it down to the nth degree, but you're going to want to say, I'm trying to understand like this, and maybe I'm just living in a different world. Like, you would want to justify, like, why is that department within the administration choosing to spend our limited dollars on X rather than Y? But at those most important decision points, not for stuff that is just operational, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so that's why for me, it really isn't just for the board, and for this kind of public communication. It's for, we will get those calls, we will get those emails, and sometimes parents won't even bother to email or call us. They'll make their choice by leaving AISD. You know what I mean? So the more that we can make it simple for them, it actually helps us justify, we don't have a whole lot of money. We can't spend what we don't have. So here's where we're spending it, and here's why. That's kind of what it is for me anyways.
Yeah, and right now it's, unfortunately for the budget, is here's what we're cutting and here's how we're not impacting our goals, right? I mean, I think that's the challenge for me, is that, right now it's been a lot of cutting, and yes, the Vader does present an opportunity to add, but I think that's kind of, it should be true both ways, right?
Absolutely, yep. Absolutely, and at a kind of just plain example would be, I cut down my Hulu membership to a more manageable dollar amount. I hate it. I don't like commercials, but I did that, and I justify to the rest of the family, like, here's why, y'all, we're sitting through the commercials, and now this means that we can have this other thing, right? So, that's what people are going to want, so just something plain and simple.
So again, this is specifically to the Vader, not the budget, but it does tie all together, as President Singh just mentioned. And so this is just an example of the tool. This actually is a tool. You'll have it. And what it does, it goes through and identifies different line items to consider. It does create a unit cost, which allows you to make adjustments. In previous tables that we provided you, we would say, okay, 1% compensation increase was this amount, 2% was this amount. What we decided to do was just create a multiple. And so you have a unit, and then you would multiply by the number of that percent. So as you go through the table from left to right, it's the item, projected cost per unit, the multiplier of that unit, the total cost. And so you can go through it once, and at the far right-hand column, say whether you want to include it in the Vader buildup or not. At the way bottom, you can see there's a total budget, total spend, and the pie chart on the right will kind of begin to break down the balance between compensation, additional staffing needs, and then also kind of set aside for kind of reserve or deficit budget offset. And so that's how it's structured. All of these things have been talked about and are aligned with our previous conversations. We have a spot for you to add things. If there are things out there that you've heard that we haven't represented, please share them with us. We'll help build a dollar amount and perhaps incorporate it, and then we'll share that out with the rest of the board via board update. Yes, and that's how it works. So it's pretty straightforward. It'll be incredibly helpful, and I look forward to seeing y'all's information come back our way. It would be very, very helpful to have this. I know it's probably not going to like what I say next, but ideally by close of business tomorrow. I was going to leave time for y'all to do it today, like in the work session. And that was my plan. Like, give y'all 30 minutes to go ahead and do it. You're done? Send it back. And but we don't necessarily have that time. And I want you to kind of marinate with it. But ideally, that would help the administration to kind of go through the data and then start out next week with updated information and then move through the work. So that is it. Trustee Kaufman?
So I think this is our opportunity to talk specifically about the Vader also. Yeah. Right? And so I have one kind of concern now about the Vader, now that I recognize that 75% of the additional funds generated would be going to recapture. And, I am concerned about that being a permanent commitment, right? So I see that I feel like we've been driven to this by the lack of action at the state legislature to appropriate additional funding to the basic allotment that's not tied to channeling public funds to private schools, right? So that's why we're here, where we're looking to say, how can we effectively serve our kids and take care of our adults who serve the kids with what money? So that's why I feel very compelled that we do need to go for the Vader to try to generate additional funds. But I'm concerned about a significant portion of that going to the state coffers, which we know that it's, again, I think Austinites are very generous and progressive in terms of wanting to support equitable outcomes. And so I don't think as many people have a problem with, we want to balance funding across the state. But I think what the reality is that the recapture funds exceed the amount that TEA needs to distribute, and therefore the TEA has a surplus each year, which is then put into the general revenue fund, which contributes to the surplus that ultimately gets appropriated to things like Operation Lone Star, or that get returned statewide through property tax relief. So in other words, I feel like through additional taxation, in some ways we are funding property relief for the rest of the state by paying more property taxes. We are funding practices that not everyone necessarily agrees to. So I'm concerned about that. I feel like that's a necessity right now, because I think we need to generate some additional funding to do what we need to do. But I'm concerned about that, about locking in to say we're going to use $44 million and we're going to tie that to something that's going to be there forever. Right? So in other words, to staffing or to funding salaries, that's going to then permanently mean Austinites are going to be paying that thing regardless. So I feel more comfortable with something saying we're doing this for now, but we want to leave some flexibility so that if the legislature comes through and provides additional funding, that might be subsequently used to reduce our copper pennies and to lower our burden that's not actually supporting our schools as much, right? So it's kind of changed my thinking a little bit when I was thinking about that percentage, to wonder whether we can responsibly allocate that in a way that doesn't permanently mean that we always have that money. And I'm just thinking, okay, so that's a comment, that's not a question. The question is, did I get anything wrong in that? So if anyone has any corrections to those assumptions.
No, Trustee Kaufman, I think you answered the part that I wanted to add context for, which is that, of course, we can later change our tax rate down just by a vote of the board. Now, we do want to keep in mind that currently there is a mechanism in the law that any new funding that comes from the state requires at least 30% of that funding to be spent on staff. They call it staff raises, right? On staff raises. And they define that as new raises. And so that's just something that we need to consider. So if the state were to give us new money, we can't say, okay, well, we'll use that 30% for the raises we just gave. The state will say, no, it has to be new based off of where you are right now, not what you just did. So just something that we want to consider so that when we get to that conversation later, we're not surprised that we can't say like, oh, we're just good now because now the state gave us additional funding.
And we would make the computations every year to make a recommendation with regards to the tax rate. So as Jacob said, the board has the authority to set the tax rate on a yearly basis. And so if it benefits us to actually, in the future, based on state law, reduce the copper pennies, we can make that recommendation.
Okay. So I think any kind of commitment that this board or administration made would not be binding because it will be a future board and potentially a future administration who makes those decisions each year. But I would want to just be very clear, with the voters and with our employees about kind of what we have in mind, right? And so if we do agree that, we could agree either way, right? But it could be agreeing that we're going to use this to provide as much additional funding for staff as we can. And when we get additional funds later, we're going to add to that, right? So we cut to ads on Hulu now, but we're going to tax people in order to get rid of the ads. And if we get more money later, we're going to add Max and HBO so we can watch more, right? Versus once we get more money, we're going to get rid of the ads, right? So I think being very clear about what our intention is with that so that we're not creating false expectations.
I have one clarification to add. I appreciate that conversation and that looking at it that way. And if our voters did approve those copper pennies and later we chose to reduce those copper pennies, that ceiling would remain for any future board without a second election, correct? Or no, once you reduce the copper pennies, then you have to go back out for another election.
That's correct. So once you reduce your tax rate, your copper pennies, if you in the future want to move forward with additional pennies, you would have to have a tax ratification.
But we could reduce our M&O and leave our copper pennies in place. Or do you have to take the copper pennies first?
It would benefit the district to take the copper pennies first and not touch the golden pennies.
Thank you. But you can't reduce your other M&O, like your basic M&O rate without. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So one thing I did a couple days ago, and I just did it again real quick, is I think about the total recapture percent, and this is just for clarity for whoever's listening. So our current $671 million over $1.395 billion for fiscal year 24-25 it would mean that the recapture payment represents 48%, right? With the Vader, it's $800 million over $1.567 billion, which is 51%. So 48 to 51, or conversely, AISD goes from 52 to 49. So it is proportionally, 25 versus 75%, but when you take that over the larger denominator, it's not as big, but I think it's important that we talk about it both ways.
Yeah, but I think the marginal piece is the important thing, right? So when you're paying your taxes, it's your marginal rate is what tells what whatever additional money I make is going to be taxed at. That's different from your actual tax rate, your overall tax rate, because that considers all your exemptions and all the deductions you're able to take. And so, but the typical, the most common like marginal tax rate now is like 15%. So people who make additional money keep 85% of the money. But we're talking about a marginal rate of 25%, which means we're only keeping, we're giving away a marginal rate of 75%. So each additional dollar that we tax, we're giving away 75% of it. And that's, so I think both are important, but I think the idea behind a new tax generating 75% of funding that goes to the state surplus, essentially, is an important consideration. But yes, both I think are important.
I really appreciate, this is the second time Trustee Kaufman has brought this up thank you for bringing this up, because I was wondering where the segue into this particular conversation was. I had a question about doing our homework, excited to do my homework. I want to like please the teacher and like get it done, get it right. But my question was, one question that occurred to me was the extent to which our homework answers would change if we were just talking about the budget generally versus we're talking about this slice of 44 million. So would it change?
So if you had an additional, this is why I view them it shouldn't change very much, right? At all, really, in my opinion.
Right.
I think that anything that you're willing to pay for a Vader, you should be willing to pay for as a cut almost, right? I mean, that's how we talked about it.
Right.
$30 million in cuts. Any additional costs that we can cover in cuts either represent deeper cuts or have to be paid for with additional revenue, which makes them, in both cases, it's the first thing you're considering. It's either the thing that's so important you're willing to cut for it, or it's so important that you're willing to, incorporate into a future tax rate increase. So I don't view them very differently, but the board may.
Right. Well, so that's useful for me in my excitement to do the homework, because I'm going to do it because I think it's a good intellectual exercise and help me clarify my sense of how my values turn into dollars. So it's useful for that. Beyond that, since this looks like sharecropping, the kind of traditional arrangement where you raise some goods and the owner takes a ton of them, and every year you fall further behind because the guy who owns the land is just creating these circumstances where you will never win and you will never get out, and it's just going to get worse and worse. Putting it in terms of a 75% marginal tax rate, maybe that's a really good way to think about what we're talking about here. To me, we're talking about something that is so far into the theater of the absurd. We're talking about taking a taxpayer's dollar and throwing 75 cents of it into the ether so that we can get a quarter. I can't square myself to that ethically. It seems so irresponsible. And there's a short-term benefit that's, I can't even say it's a huge benefit. There's a short-term benefit to okay, well, there's this deep pit, a spoonful of dirt. Maybe one day it'll fill up. It ain't filling up. So this is really, I don't know what time it is, 10 o'clock, 9:42, whatever. Here we are talking about this really interesting stuff, but I can't get past the fundamentals of it, which is that we're talking about raising a dollar where 75 cents goes to a morally bankrupt system. And we could argue the ethics, or we could argue the merits of Robin Hood and recapture if we actually were talking about a system where if I gave the 75 cents away, I knew it was going to a rural Texas district that really needed it. But I have zero faith that the 75 cents is going anywhere that's reasonable. In fact, it's going to deepen a whole rhetorical setup that keeps, it just, I don't see it. So I guess maybe to step back, a bigger question has to do with what is our responsibility to Austin and the kids in Austin and the families in Austin, and what is our responsibility to the state, and then beyond that, I guess, the nation. But no, this is about what's our responsibility to Austin and what's our responsibility to the state. If our responsibility is to educate the kids of the state, then at least we have a conversation. No, if our responsibility is to educate the kids of the state, and then you could say the 75 cents would be spent to that, we could at least have a conversation. But I first don't see my primary responsibility to educate the kids of the state. I don't want to. I want to do no harm. But I see my responsibility as not just D3 and all the Ds, every kid in our district. That's our fundamental first responsibility. And then using the funds generated reasonably and responsibly to get there. And raising taxes to spend 75 cents, to get 25 cents on the dollar, I don't see as responsible. And I don't know how others feel about it, but I just don't. I'm not feeling it. I'm not seeing it. And I guess I would love other people's perspectives because maybe other people are.
So yes, for real, yes. And how do we beat our obligation to all the Ds without it? Because I only see two ways, and you tell me if I'm right, because it's what we said. We have to get another funding source that's reprehensible, okay, when you look at how it's done, or we make the cuts deeper, which hurt ourselves, right? So how do we keep, so the way I'm looking at it, and I don't see a way through, and maybe somebody can help me with that, how do we keep the lights on and keep the doors open? How do we do that? It's new funding source, correct? Or deeper cuts. And I don't feel like deeper cuts is gonna get us what we want, because that's when we start getting into our mission of educating children, right? Where did those deeper cuts come from?
Well, I mean,
I know it's a rhetorical question, but go ahead.
So, when we first started this process, my goal was to turn over every stone possible, every stone, before we looked at impacting the classroom. If we're not willing to turn the stone over, then we don't get to say that you don't get to touch the classrooms. I think that's disingenuous and unfair. Like, that is not a reality. If you want to do anything on that list, if we don't want to do anything on that list, then I think you can make an argument that you take the $30 million in cuts, you acknowledge you can take a $30 million deficit, and then you gamble with the next legislative session, and then we'll be here in a year talking about this exact same thing unless the state ends up increasing the basic student allotment or increasing some type of funding that allows us to pay for some offsetting cost. So it is a very unfortunate position that we're in. I do think that we are healthier than most school districts, so I feel I'm pleased that we're here and not in a much worse place, to be honest. But when you talk about where those cuts come from, I mean, we talked about staying away from 7 out of 8 non-cores. We talked about 7 out of 8. We talked about, planning periods for elementary school. I mean, there's no longer little dollars. Like, it has to be big dollars to do these things. And we talked about not touching those. So that's why it's a tough conversation.
It is, and I think it's important that our public hear this conversation, and then they get to decide, right? They get to decide to say, you know where your money going, and we're only gonna get this much of it, but this much of it allows us to do this kind of work. Do you wanna do that or don't you wanna do that, right? Because other than that, a year from now, I think not a predicting of the future, but I think right now we have the momentum. The state legislature's done a lot of work for us, and I think people will say yes. I don't think they will say no. To the Vader. I think they will say yes, because they understand the kind of rock and hard place where we are. But explaining it, like not hiding the ball, like this is what's happening. And this is what it allows us to do. What do you think about that? And they will tell us, nah, we're not down for that, or I'm all in. That's where I am. Because in a year, people may be so beat up, they've lost hope in the system, and they're like, nah, forget all of y'all, right? I really feel like now is a time. And so it's got to get out of this room, right? It's got to get out of this room first. But I think people have to decide, because there's no more money coming. And when we ask again, it will be after or during a legislative session that will be so embattled and so embittered. People won't even know the real truth, because it'll just be so much mudslinging and foolishness. I mean, that's already happening, right? I guess I don't have a question, I have a comment. My question is, we're damned if we do, and we could be damned if we will for sure be damned if we don't.
Yeah, I think, Trustee Hunter, I'm committed to doing and presenting the things that will protect AISD the most. And I have a hard time, modifying schedules. I have a hard time cutting really, really deep until I know our community won't support this. Now, if that comes and goes, then we know. But to do it before that opportunity, I think would be, it would, I think it would put us, it's just not what I think our community would want us to do, from my perspective, as Matthias, not superintendent.
And Candace, I really appreciate you bringing that up, that it's up to the voters, and we have to give them that choice. Like, Austinites went to the Capitol, they called their friends in rural areas, they let people stay in their house to testify, and they weren't listened to. They worked their butt off to bring dollars to Texas kids, to Austin kids. And we have never done this before in our community, and our neighbors have. And their community said, yes, we want more funding. They've had these elections and they've gotten more funding for their schools. And when we were campaigning for the bond, we'd hear over and over again, people are excited about the amazing things our students were getting, but we'd always hear, well, what about the teachers and what about raises? And we'd hear it over and over again, and our community is telling us they want that they want to invest in our future. People who are current parents, people who someone else paid for their education. So I think we have an obligation to let them put more funding in our schools, to put it before them. And I think we have the obligation to our students and our community who's asking for it.
So I think there might, and I don't know a whole lot about the mechanics of it, but we briefly mentioned the homestead exemption as a possibility, and I don't know if that creates more problems or fewer problems. But on the surface, Matthias or someone in your staff, could you please talk a little bit about would a homestead exemption that I believe the board can pass through a vote, if that were paired with a VADR, would that take some of the sting out of the tax bill for our residents?
Are you referring to historic? Local homestead? Do you want us to be able to speak to this?
Yeah. So we are running some scenarios. We've asked TASBO to run some calculations for us, and so they are going to look at a 5, 10, 15, and the max optional homestead exemption that you can offer the taxpayers is 20%. And so we're looking at all those calculations. We do know that according to current statute, if, as a district, we collect less in local tax revenue than the prior year, then the state does come in and hold us harmless. So that may benefit us, and that's why we're doing the calculations. I won't have a clear answer until probably the May info session with regards to what those calculations look like. But we are trying to see what impact would that have if we give an optional homestead exemption locally and a VADR at the same time. So we're looking at those scenarios.
Thank you. All right, well, anything else? Any other questions? Oh.
So I just want to speak to like employees in terms of the commitment I feel to adequately compensating them for their work. And I just want to say, like, I believe strongly that our teachers and our staff all around should be compensated at a much higher rate than they are currently. And so when we consider, like, I don't consider this a fight with Education Austin. I don't consider this a fight with the administration. I consider that we're aligned around the administration and the board and employees wanting to increase compensation and to, and the other factors that influence our staff. That's not just compensation, it's also support and it's working conditions. And so I feel like if we are able to generate additional funds, that this VADR should be looking towards responsibly in a way that doesn't put us on the brink again, where we're relying on funding from the state that may not come, right? So I don't want us to dig a hole with this funding that we but I want to also not just think in terms of only adding salary to people or pay, because we also need to make sure that they're supported to be successful, because people who aren't successful aren't happy in their jobs, and we also need to improve working conditions. So I feel like the options that are on our spreadsheet encompass all of those. Right? There's pay increase on there as an option. There's providing staffing the staffing that it will lighten the load and improve working conditions, and there's support through coaches and other things on there. So I feel like those are all on the menu, and I just want to be clear, like that's how I'm viewing it, is that we don't necessarily support our employees only with pay increases. So I will be supporting anything we can do to increase those three areas, but being wary of creating a long-term commitment that we may not be able to keep, or that might be unfair to our taxpayers because of the thing we discussed earlier. I will say that one piece that I'm going to be thinking a lot about is the classified increase versus the teacher librarian increase versus the everyone increase. And I'll kind of go back to where I was last year around wanting to concentrate whatever increases we have on the classified and our teaching, and the staff who are making 5 digits and the staff that are making low 5 digits, right, I think is the priority. And as much as I value the work that all of our 6-digit employees do, and I think that that's fair compensation when you consider how positions are paid around the state. But I would like our calculations to be around, how do we make so people can afford to do their jobs and live in Austin? And when you're making 6 digits, of course, there's always different conditions, and it depends on how many earners you have in your family. But generally speaking, I'm not concerned about someone making $180,000 not being able to live in Austin. And so I would be wary of providing, with this money, increases to people who are in the 6-digit range. And I would rather focus, and of course you have to consider competition and what they could get elsewhere, but I also don't really want to worry about that too much, because I want people to be able to afford to live here and do their work, but I'm not particularly interested in keeping people who are going to leave our students and our people for a $5,000 pay raise somewhere else. So if people don't feel that, and that's in no way disrespecting the work they do or the value that they bring to our district, it's just recognizing that we don't have enough to go around right now, and I want to prioritize it towards the most vulnerable people in our community to start with.
Thank you. All right. Do you have what you need from us on this?
I will, if everybody returns their homework. We'll shoot a target for tomorrow, close of business, and y'all did great last time, though it wasn't 100% on returns. And so by close of business tomorrow, if you could get them to me, that'd be great. If over the weekend is what's required, then that's okay. But by Friday evening and Monday, we're going to begin to kind of process. So, it would be helpful as they come in. So thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so now that was really good discussion. Thank you. All right, so now we can move on to our continued conversation on the scorecard. And I believe, do we have Ms. Paz presenting to us on Zoom? Okay, great.
Hi, trustees. How are we tonight?
Ashley, we can't hear you.
Oh. I should be connected. Can you hear me now?
Will you try one more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, trustees. How are we tonight?
Great.
Good. All right, so we are ready to resume our conversation about your developing your scorecard. So let's see, trying to figure out the best way to do this with my screen share. Nope. Let's see. Do you actually mind if we take just a quick 5-minute break and let me, so Jacob and I can connect on the presentation?
Okay, I think we're back. All right, welcome back. Thank you all for your patience. So we're going to resume our conversation, or really start our conversation on the scorecard. So, Ashley, whenever you are ready, we are ready.
All right. Thank you all for your patience and letting me get this sorted out. So last week, we spent some really great time together to begin to allow your scorecard to take shape. So we reviewed a lot of student performance data. We reviewed the feedback that you received from your community. And then the board took an opportunity to begin to draft some priorities that may appear on that scorecard. So tonight we're going to review the work that you did last week, the priorities that you drafted, and then we're going to ideally leave tonight with a general idea of what the goals and the constraints are going to be that will end up on your final scorecard. So you still have the potential to do some wordsmithing after tonight. So it doesn't have to be the final language, but we do need to kind of pare down to the primary areas where you may want to focus. And so we're going to start by reviewing the goals, and then we will talk about what student outcome goals the board would like to focus the majority of your energy on. And then we will also review some constraint language that you all put together. Before we move on, does anyone have any questions about the process for tonight? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move forward. So we will first look at your third grade reading and your third grade math goals. So the board is required to adopt 3 goals by Texas Education Code. So it's Texas Education Code 11.185 and 11.186. So these specify that the board should adopt 2 goals, one around third grade reading for the aggregate of all third grade students, increasing performance on the STAR assessment. And then the same for third grade math. And then finally, a goal around the CCMR domain. That stands for College, Career, and Military Readiness. So I'm going to point us to our first early literacy goal. And this is very much aligned with what your community had to share back, and also looking at that student performance data. We really want to make sure that the goals are aligned with what the community says is their vision for how to improve student outcomes in Austin ISD. For early literacy, the goal language as it reads right now is that third grade students identified as meets or above on the ELA STAR will increase from X% in June 24 to Y% in June 29. We will focus on the targets at a future date. Right now, we're really just focusing on ensuring that this is the language that the board wants to move forward with. So I'm going to, unless I hear any...
I would like to make a quick...
Yeah, go ahead.
The STAR in third grade is labeled reading language arts. So it needs to say reading language arts, not ELA, which would be English language arts, which would exclude our Spanish testers.
Thank you. We'll make sure to make that correction. Okay. So moving on to math.
And Ashley, I just have a question. Since this is an HB3 goal, we don't have a ton of options. I don't know what it is from my microphone.
You don't. That's why I'm kind of speeding through these first two. But any questions that the board has, I want to make sure that we create the space for you to ask those questions tonight.
Yeah, I have a question about this. Since it's an HB3 goal, I guess it applies to the math one as well. It needs to be third grade. It needs to be the reading, language, arts. So really our only play is, are we picking meets? Are we picking masters? Kind of what are we picking? And then what percentages are we picking? Is that like our play on these two?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So here is our reading, language, arts. Next, we'll look at our mathematics, so the math assessment, which is, again, third grade students identified as meets or above on STAR math assessment will increase from X to Y, June 24 to June 29. And now the first one where you actually do have a little bit more flexibility. And this is also very much aligned with what the community had to say is really their top priority for student outcomes, improving student outcomes in Austin ISD. The community wants students to be prepared for success after high school, after their graduation from high school, regardless of what their path is, whether it be college, career, service, etc. In Texas, we're lucky as compared to other states where the state has actually identified a set of criteria and a framework that helps identify post-secondary readiness. We may not all agree with that framework, but it is something that most states do actually do not have. And it is a really robust system. So what the board has historically focused on is what we call the CCMR outcomes bonus. And so this focuses on areas, TSI, which stands for the Texas Success Initiative. So it is not the actual outcomes bonus itself, which is really money focused. This really is focused on the students who meet the criteria to earn the outcomes bonus. And so this is going to be students who pass the TSIA, ACT, or the SAT, and earn one of the following: an industry-based certification, a level 1 certificate, a level 2 certificate, or they earn an associate's degree. So students that fall within that category will increase from X% in August 24 to Y% in August 29. So this is what the scorecard currently says about this goal. I want to open the floor now to allow the board to talk about this language and this criteria, and ask questions of me, ask questions of the administration, and decide if this is the direction that you would like to move forward with.
So I would love, with my colleagues on the board and also with you, Ashley, to talk about the CCMR bonus part that's missing here, which is the enroll directly in college as well. And I know when we worked with AJ, we had a really robust conversation about that. And eventually did put it on a scorecard. We know it's off the current scorecard. But there was a lot of support in our community for that. And really we had data that wasn't part of the data we heard last week, but some data from our students and from surveys of our students that really showed it was more than a 20-point gap in students who said they planned to go directly to college, and students who successfully did go directly to college are students from families experiencing poverty, our students from families, our students who were Latino and our students who were Black had these massive gaps in ways that our other students didn't. And I think, we spend 12, 13 years promising kids that that's a path that's open to them. A lot of families count on that. We know that a lot of the charters around us promise that. And then, it's one of the biggest gaps I've seen. So I would love with colleagues to have that conversation, and maybe with Dr. Reach help kind of pull that data up for our future conversation if we need to. I could go find it if I needed to, but it was really stark data.
Yeah, and so I want to the board to discuss this area, and then I actually have I have a proposal. So I have a proposal for that, but first, before I present that, I would like to kind of hear. So I did talk to President Singh about this and spent the majority of yesterday evening and the day today talking to colleagues from a lot of different realms about the best way, a really solid way to address that. But before I propose that, I want to hear kind of what everyone is thinking, and then we can move into that part of the conversation.
Great. Thank you, Ashley.
And I cannot see anyone, so I'm going to rely on President Singh to kind of facilitate this part of the conversation.
All right. Trustee Kaufman, or?
I just will quickly disagree with what Trustee Boswell said. I have nothing to add.
You agree? Okay, I thought you said you disagree.
No, I'm sorry. Let me enunciate.
I
know. Congress, what are you doing?
Oh
my God.
Work on my enunciation. I agree with Trustee Boswell and have nothing to add.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else have thoughts on this?
I would like to understand. So is Trustee Boswell, are you saying that instead of the language that's here, this draft language for this goal, in lieu of that, you would have a goal around this, or you would want to add
in
that?
addition to, because this mirrors the CCMR bonus, except for that one thing. And that one thing is something that our data from our own district show is just this huge place where we're really falling down. That we're not making that a meaningful option to too many of our kids who say that's what they want. So I'm proposing just adding that in so it really fully mirrors that CCMR list and mirrors what the data say we need to do better on.
Yeah, I've always had issue with the distribution of educational opportunity by pushing industry-based certifications and associate's degrees east and AP and go to college and IB and all that west. And it's stark and it's still there, and until we decide to change it, it's there. But I don't want to further create room for having, it might be, I would like to see more kids go direct to college. And when we have indicators that that's what they would want to do, and then a couple years later that doesn't happen and we just kind of shrug and we say, well, maybe they got an associate's degree, and by the way, when we look at our numbers, they ain't even getting associate's degrees. I'm just not, I would like some more nuance and depth and a specific pointing towards what we had talked about for a long time, which was kids going to college. And I don't see that in the way we have it framed at this point.
Anyone else have thoughts? I think one of the things that I was sharing with Ashley yesterday when we talked was this dissonance, because on one hand, we have been trained that the scorecard is what identifies budget priorities and it embodies our values. But then there's this other piece of it where it also has to be measurable in a very specific way. And those are not always compatible. And so I think we as a board need to figure out, and Ashley, I know you'll be able to coach us through this, is how do we do that? Because we know that the college enrollment data is a lagging indicator. And so that makes it problematic when we're monitoring it, in the sense that, okay, we can't hold the current administration accountable for data that's 2 years old, fine, but we can hold our system accountable for that. You know, there's a difference for me. When I think about the scorecard, we're holding the system accountable. And that includes stuff that's happened in the past. And so while we can't hold a superintendent accountable for kids going to college 2 years ago, we can look at that data and hold the system accountable for it and make sure that we are doing things and tracking it to see if we are at least making changes year to year and that actual outcome. And so I think one of the points that you know I've made on the dais every single time we've revised the scorecard, which I think this is now my 4th revision, is if we value this, then it should be on the scorecard, and our system needs to be accountable for it, regardless of how difficult it is to interpret and measure. But I also understand that we don't have the full authority to do that now, necessarily, and there might be a better way. And if there is, I'm willing to hear it. My main thing is, I just want to make sure that we're tracking it. We're holding the system accountable, and if we can't do that through the scorecard because of, LSG won't really accommodate that, then we need to find another way. So that's kind of where I am on that.
I think it was also clear in the community responses that that's something they want to see. So I agree also with Boswell on how are we doing, how are we going to be able to track that to address what the community is saying, that they want to make sure that our scorecard is tracking that increase of, or making sure that our students are college ready or ready for, with some certificate, for all those expectations. I mean, that was repeated over and over, so I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments on this? And I see that there's some language on that's up on the screen now as well that might capture some of this, but
yeah. So I would like to, I have some proposed goal language. This is not to replace the CCMR goal. It would be another goal in addition to the CCMR. So you've got your first 3, and then you have the option to select up to 2 additional goals beyond that. And so before I talk about this goal language, let me first speak to some of the challenges with adding this direct to college data to the CCMR goal. So, and I'll start just by going back to that. So in the CCMR goal, you have, so we're looking at industry-based certification, level 1, level 2, and students who earn an associate's degree, in addition to passing TSI, ACT, and SAT. So there is, so this is a good measure of college readiness, but it doesn't actually tell you what you have mentioned that you want to know, which is whether or not students are going into college. The CCMR outcomes bonus does, so TEA does have a measurement that they use to determine that through the outcomes bonus. The challenge with that is that, so it only tracks in-state public university data, first of all. And so it's just looking at a small, so a very small portion of the students who actually go on to college. So it doesn't include private institutions, and it doesn't include out of state. So that's one of the challenges. Another challenge is that the college enrollment data isn't reported until 2 years after those students graduate. And so all of the all of the criteria that are shown here on this in this goal, they are all reported within the same time frame. The direct to college would not come, so that data wouldn't come until 2 years later. So it's really important when the board is setting their goals to understand a couple of things. So one, understanding what is the most urgent thing to focus on right now. Number two, really understanding what is it that the goal is measuring. So there is, looking at college enrollment, but looking at the time that has passed since when those students actually enrolled in college and when you get the data. And so that's a big decision. And then also, so beyond just that piece, a lot of the college preparation strategies are things that are implemented well beyond, like much prior to that actual college enrollment moment. So, when a student enrolls in college, that's after they've graduated from high school. But college preparation strategies don't actually happen until they actually start many, many years before then. And so the ability to actually use that data for any kind of decision making is really difficult. But that doesn't mean that it's not something that you should not track if it is important to the board and it's important to your community. And that's actually the last question, is how does this connect to the community's vision and the feedback that you receive from them? And your community did say that college readiness is important for them. They said that they don't want college to be the only thing that's important. They don't want that to be the only solution for students, but they did say that it is important that students have that option and that all students have that option. So I think that the board's intent with this is good. But the question is, how can you most effectively set a goal that is going to, that's going to be clear about what you're measuring, that is going to give you the biggest picture of what college enrollment actually looks like, and that it is going to allow accountability happen for the people who are actually implementing the strategies that are tied to the data. So after talking to several people throughout the education sphere, there we go. This is the this is the starting point that I wanted to propose to the board. Austin ISD graduates who are identified as economically disadvantaged that roll in it says 40-year, it's supposed to be 4-year post-secondary institution with a criteria-based acceptance process. as reported by the National Student Clearinghouse, will increase from X% in August 26 to Y% in August 2031. So I want to look at each of these sections individually. So first, we have students who are identified as economically disadvantaged. That was the highest need student group that was revealed in the student data that we looked at. The board can focus on, you can choose to kind of pull back and focus on all students if you prefer, looking at the aggregate. But this is one of the things that has been kind of an ongoing conversation, is that you do want to look at that more specific student data where there is the highest need. So that's where that recommendation comes from. Students who enroll in a 4-year post-secondary institution. So you have 4-year, you have 2-year. The CCMR outcomes bonus is actually focused on 4-year enrollment, not just 2-year enrollment. And then the next piece is probably the most critical in this entire discussion. And that is their institutions with a criteria-based acceptance process. This would be the opposite of, so it excludes institutions that have an open enrollment acceptance process. So essentially where if I can enroll in the school and I can afford to pay the tuition, then I'm gonna get in. The National Student Clearinghouse looks at, I think the number was 2,828. It was 28 4-year institutions, the 4-year public institutions. They actually look at, so they report acceptance data for a lot of different, this would actually include those private institutions as well. But their criteria-based acceptance process, that actually is the thing that would make this goal, it would make it that high leverage student outcome. This is actually telling you how many students are enrolling in college, not because they have filled out the application and can pay the tuition, but because they have actually met a standard that allows them to enter into college, whatever that standard may be. And so not having that language in there would essentially, it wouldn't tell the board the level of information that is my understanding that you want to know. But we can also entertain that conversation. And then the National Student Clearinghouse, I know that this is not an organization that is new to anyone here. So this is a national clearinghouse that collects college enrollment data from students. I think that it's at 97% of university, 4-year institutions across the nation. So this is not going to include universities or post-secondary institutions that are outside of the US. It's all US based. But this is kind of, so it's widely accepted as like the best source of college enrollment data that the school board can look at. And so it is not what the state looks at for their outcomes bonus data. So it is a little bit different than the outcomes bonus criteria, but it actually is a more robust data set than the one that you would otherwise be looking at. The final piece is August 2026 to August 2031. This is different from the other goals that you would adopt, which would start in June 2024. The reason for this is that August 2026 is the first year that you would actually have data that is tied to Superintendent Segura's tenure. Everything that you receive prior to that is going to be from previous administrations. as my understanding. So that is kind of the overview of this proposed language. What do y'all think? What is working about this? What is not working about this?
I mean, I'll start. Thank you for your deep dive and for kind of gathering a lot of input. I really appreciate that. Agree 100% about the criteria-based acceptance. I've been to some of our college fairs, and there are for-profit universities there sometimes, and we know that that's not what's going to serve our kids best by and large. So really appreciate that clarity on it's not pay-to-play schools, it's schools that vet and, are more likely to take care of our kids. Have a lot of respect for the National Student Clearinghouse. I did just pull it up. They have a list of schools published of the enrollment verified schools. UT Austin does not appear to be on it, although the other UT system schools are. I have not looked for Texas A&M, but I would like that question answered. We have someone who might know the answer. I think that's a really important, and I haven't looked at A&M. Texas State's there, and I know a lot of our students go there.
So we have Dr. Jay Brown. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hi. So we do get NSC data, and NSC data, she is correct. It is by far is the best source of data. We get a little bit more of our students in the NSC data file than we get in the coordinating board file. The coordinating board, you get all of the Texas schools, including privates, but they're not required, so we don't get all the private schools. So we get, because we're an urban school district, we do tend to send our kids out of state more often than some of our other Texas peers. So we get a better sample of our students, where they're going from an NSC file than a coordinating board file. All of the university systems, all of the kind of places that we're looking where our kids are going is in the NSC data file.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see UT on the list, but it must be weirdly buried here somehow. So thank you. I'm glad to know they're there, because I think so many of our kids go there. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I guess my other question is, why can't we wrap this in with the rest of our CCMR data? Can we not find a way to craft it to put it with our larger CCMR goals, since this is part of our CCMR work?
So this is, so your goals, so every goal needs to be tied to a single data set. So the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria is, so even though there are a lot of different things that are listed out, it is all generally collected under one data set, and this is not included in that data set. So this would be separate. But also, so even within, so even if you were to include the data set from the coordinating board, because this is data that is received at a different point in time, it's not, so it can't all be monitored together, and it can't all be, it can't actually all be tied to the same. So the accountability within that goal is going to be different. So it is really not recommended that this be included in that CCMR goal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other trustees have thoughts?
I just would like to clarify, let me enunciate again. The biggest difference, or the main difference between this and what the state accountability treats for enrolling in higher education, is that the state looks only at public education in the state of Texas enrollment when it calculates. I'm looking at the TAPER report. And it has the other post-secondary indicators, and it has graduates under the CCMR. It has graduates enrolled in Texas Institution of Higher Education. So that includes the data that the state uses includes only Texas, and it does it use the same database that you mentioned, Dr. Brown, that has some of the private institutions, but it's voluntary for them?
So coordinating board, they're called CBMs, come from the 2- and 4-year institutions, all the 4-year institutions that receive public funding, and then private institutions are able to provide their information, but because it's a coordinating board, they're not required.
And that data is what's on this TAPER report?
Yeah.
That feeds our CCMR outcome bonuses? Okay.
But I would mention that the outcomes bonus includes the clearinghouse data also. So outcomes bonus is not just
what's on the TAPER.
Public universities.
It includes clearinghouse?
It does. The outcomes bonus does.
So the outcome bonus includes the out-of-state enrollment too?
Yes.
Interesting.
We use that as our data set. And I did find UTS from the report.
I'll let you speak to that if anyone has other questions about that, Dr. Reach, because that is new information to me this evening.
And where is that reported then? If it's not on the TAPER, where is that reported?
So outcomes bonus is reported through a separate report. We actually received our class of 2022 just 2 weeks ago. So it is also delayed 2 years, similar to the other report that we were talking about. But the state only reports on state outcome bonus reports. They don't post individual districts reports. They have done some studies that show some demographics, but through E3 Alliance and through our partnership in the Texas Urban Council, we do have some comparison data with outcomes bonus. And I do have our outcomes bonus data if that's something that the board is interested in seeing.
And Jacob, I have a question about that data set. Even though it comes officially through state reporting as a 2-year lag, do we have all the elements of it internally promptly?
We would have a similar issue because of the enrolled in higher education. So as a reminder that the outcomes bonus has 2 parts. There's 2 ways to qualify and 2 parts for each. And so I'm just going to do them separately instead of trying to make it simple. So to be college ready, you have to meet Texas Success Initiative criteria, which can be done a few different ways. And you have to enroll in a post-secondary institution immediately following high school or earn an associate's degree. To be career ready, you have to meet TSI criteria and earn an industry-based certification that is level 1 or level 2 certification. Currently, there is no military readiness. The state has it on hold, mostly because of data reporting from the military. But the idea would be that if the military were to be able to provide us a report, the state would also, in theory, accept enlisting directly in the U.S. Armed Forces following high school as well. But currently, that does not count.
Yeah. So if students go after high school to a program like Cap to Idea, which they earn a 2-year associate's, is that counted?
I don't believe that would be counted in the outcomes bonus, nor would it be counted in the direct-to-college rate. Yeah, if they're enrolled in ACC, it would.
Yeah, because they are enrolled at ACC.
Okay, I apologize. Then yes, they would be.
Okay.
ACC is included in both the National Clearinghouse and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board reports.
Okay.
One comment. Ashley, thank you so much. And I'm sorry you had to spend your waking hours developing this, but it's very appreciated. And so
It's on the early count?
I do want to just clarify, if we were to pull this out and keep it separate, I'm not 100% sure if I'm there yet. I still probably have a slight preference for combining it, but I do appreciate this. But let's say we were to have a separate goal just for college enrollment, direct to college. We probably would want to tweak this a little bit, because this specifies a 4-year post-secondary institution with a criteria-based acceptance process, which does not describe ACC, which is the #1 place where our graduates go. So I definitely want ACC to count towards this, because it is a great school with great opportunities for our students. And so I want to make sure it is an incredible resource here. And so I probably would want to just amend that language to make sure it would, we could change it to say like any school that's reported in the National Student Clearinghouse or the Texas, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, collects. That would be fine with me probably, but I don't know how I would feel about the 4, because then you're taking community colleges completely out of the picture, which is where most of our kids end up going.
And it's very attractive.
And it's very attractive.
Yeah, and so the conversation that that I had about that is that, so I guess that as long as they still have that criteria-based acceptance, then that would be acceptable. If it does not have that, but it's that criteria-based acceptance that actually differentiates the student outcome. So if this is the high leverage student outcome, or if this is, if it's going to be more of a just tell us what students, essentially it doesn't tell you any, if it includes open enrollment institutions, then it is going to include, it's essentially going to create a situation where you're only knowing about whether or not students can literally enroll in the school, not whether or not they have the knowledge and skills that qualify them for enrolling in the school.
Can we say ACC or specify ACC, since it's our local community college, and yes, it is open enrollment, but it also is the thing that allows a lot of our students to get that start toward college.
I have a question. Yes, ACC is, but not everybody can go there. You still have to pass a TSI. And even if you don't and you attend, you can't matriculate any further. There's a wall you hit if you have not passed all parts of the TSI. How is that not criteria? Maybe I don't understand what criteria is. Because it sounds to me, I'm going to be real honest with you, like we trying to be elitist and force kids to go away, that our baby's not going to go.
I hear you. Does anyone have an answer to that question? Yes, Jay.
So a criteria-based college or university is those with an application and an acceptance rate. So you have to apply and meet a certain level of standards with an acceptance rate. I will say that certain universities, including several in Texas, are 4-year universities that traditionally have gone that method, but are moving away from criterion-based acceptance, including UTRGV, because they're connected with their local community college. And if their students finish 2 years at their community college, they are automatically able to enroll in the next 2 years to complete their 4-year degree.
Yeah, I went to one of those schools.
It makes the data messy.
Go ahead, Dave. Trustee Kaufman.
So I think this is incredibly helpful, whether this ends up being one of our outcomes or not, because I think it's really important for us to have this conversation, and I appreciate it. But I do really want to steer away from that perception that this is an acceptable pathway and this is not. And I think that we have other measures that we look at for preparation, right? So our high school graduation rate is an incredibly important piece of data. And it goes along with other things, such as the grades that students receive, their performance on standardized testing, their SAT scores, the TSI. There are other things to tell us both, right? Did the student graduate, and what level of preparation did they graduate with? I think it's the same for this. Yeah, sure, we want our kids to be college ready where they could get accepted to any college in the United States. But more importantly, right, in addition to that, we also want them to be motivated to continue their education and to prepare themselves for more options in life. So I think that I would move away from the idea that we'd have to have it be criterion. And now what I would want to protect against is any type of predatory enrollment practices where someone is basically collecting federal financial aid by recruiting students who they have no intention of educating, right? So I don't know if there's another way we can kind of weed out the bad colleges, not weed out the bad players.
And FYI, the nickname for Gen Z, our kids right now, called the tool belt generation, because they're not even going to college. They're like, why would I get in that debt? They're not forgiving yours. So we could wind up shooting ourselves in the foot. That's anecdotal data, but take a look at what kids are doing and look at what programs schools and districts are putting in. They're bringing back home ec, they're bringing back welding, they're bringing back those things because kids are like, I can work for the city and make just as much money, right? So let's be careful.
No, I was going to say, I actually agree with Trustee Hunter and Trustee Kaufman. The way for me personally, the way this goal is written is not really meeting it's not quite it because of the elitist sort of thing, and it doesn't allow ACC, like kids who go into ACC. So that means a kid let's say there's a child who graduates from AISD who has not earned an industry certification or an associate's degree, but they decide to enroll in ACC, totally honorable and very smart choice, in my opinion. They wouldn't count. They would not be captured in our scorecard. So that's why, so just so y'all know, this is the exact conversation. Like the things you're saying, this is the exact, and that's why we ended up bunching it all together, because that way we could reconcile that we're not advocating one over the other, that we value all pathways. And they all count, but I do want to respect what Ashley is bringing to us, which is like the problem with measuring. One path forward could be we put the direct to college and we don't add any strings to it, like it has to be a 4-year with criteria, whatever. It's just direct to college as the state would view it, and we just look at it. We look at that data. Like, I want to see the 2022 data we just got 2 weeks ago. We look at it, but we don't actually hold our superintendent accountable for that piece of it until 2 years from now. Like when he can be part of it, but it should still be on the scorecard, because my concern is if it's not on the scorecard, we have an incentive to funnel all of our kids to industry certifications and associate's degrees and not do college, right? And which is not what we want either. We want all three. And then we also don't have any incentive as a system to put money into Breakthrough or like college counselors or the AVID program or things like that really do help students pursue whatever path they want to take, any of those three pathways. So that's, I'm still a little, rankled about this, but let's hear what others have to say.
I think yes to all of this, and I think my initial thing about criteria-based acceptance was trying to weed out the predatory groups, but ACC is an incredibly important part of our ecosystem, our community. Incredibly important things are happening kind of with our district and for our graduates there. If we could find a way to put it all together, I think it does a couple of things. First, I think it really honors what I heard in our community engagement, that our community wanted this all to be really excellent choices all together and seen as kind of a great list of options for our students, and pulling this out makes it feel like it's other rather than it's like one of many choices. And I think it gets to Trustee Hunter's point that we could be creating unintended consequences by kind of treating them differently. I think it sends a very different message. So I really would like to explore what we can do to honor what we heard from our community as we craft a goal, that they all have like value. And then I don't know if the community vision and justification becomes part of what we put out into the world, but I think if it does, we need to revise it. If this language lands anywhere, that we're not looking for the same supports in different parts of town, that sometimes we need different supports in different places, and just be aware of that and kind of make a note about that if we need to come back to that language. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the both and really appreciate the new slide that got dropped in. And I guess I'm just echoing, but I think it's worth sharing and adding that nuance because I roll so hard for going to college, but I do want the clarity that when I'm out, and it really depends on which community you're talking to and what kid you're talking to, there really are different things that different kids and families want. So it is not to, if we go all college enrollment, that becomes a challenge, I think. And the other thing that I keep thinking about and actually can't reconcile in my mind yet is the whole scorecard thing is like supposed to drive how we do things. And so if we can't measure it correctly or tightly, then we don't get to scorecard it. So then how do we say that that's the thing we value? So like I don't know if that's making sense, but I can't get my head around those two realities. A scorecard drives, well, I know this is what I believe in. Yeah, but I can't measure that. All right, well then you can't say that's what you believe in. So and I don't know, it's a dilemma or something. But I'm for the both and. I should have just said that and stopped.
Yeah, so I'm not supposed to be in this conversation, I guess, but I do have thoughts, and I frame it a couple different ways. One is you have 100% of students that graduate. How do you set goals for what percent of those students should go to 4-year colleges versus 2-year colleges versus, but I think that's the problem we run into in the second part, and I do hear Ashley on this, and yes, we're 2 years out, but really you're 4 or 5 years out because by the time you get a senior year in high school, it's almost baked at that point, right? It really is. So now you're 2 years lagging plus the senior year, so that's 3 years. We talk about when students make decisions, when families getting, it begins to kind of really stack up to where you're 4 or 5 years out from really seeing perhaps the movement you want to see if you pick the wrong data set and you pick the wrong percentages. So it's going to be one of these things we're going to have to work through together. You can make movement, but that's something that I am definitely thinking about as we all have this conversation. Just thought I'd share.
Thank you. And I think the percentage question is another reason to find a way to put it all together, because we're saying this percentage needs to go be doing one of these things. And that makes room for our kids to figure it out.
And I think our practice has been that GPMs will be created. This is what happened in the last scorecard. And then the GPMs around each one of the 3 or 4 things that are in there. And then there's goals tied to each of the GPMs. So in fact, you are putting percentages around each of those in that way. I mean, that's what's going to, that's what we've done in the last couple of years. Like you mean, just like the one we did 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So I think that's where I struggle, because the GPMs are going to have to be responsive to the 3 or 4 things that are in the goal. And if I pick one and it's not doesn't pick up the other 2 data sets in the goal, then am I being responsive with the goal progress measures? If I am being responsive, then I'm probably picking 3 GPMs. And if it's 3 GPMs, then I have 3 goals, and those goals are going to be a percent of the total students that are graduating. So I'm fearful that we're going to back into that behavior if we I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but that's one of the things I'm kind of going with.
Okay, help me. So we have our goal progress measures, and that's, we're looking at that acutely to adjust behaviors, et cetera. But when we're talking about the realities of lagging data, and we're talking about, well, it's 2 years out, it's 3 years out, it's 4 years out, long term and broadly, isn't that how we should be looking at our system? So that we are going that far back? So in other words, don't want to hold the administration accountable for getting there tomorrow, but this is a longer term project. So I don't, help me understand how the reality of not knowing tomorrow is a crisis.
Well, I just think if the response and the board monitoring reports reflect that it's going to take time, then I think that's okay. It can be okay. But this is even more. I mean, this is going to be years out. And so I think that is something we haven't typically done, and so I just think that that's probably the balance that we have to talk about. But so when you talk about GPMs, the total number of students is fixed because how many are graduating. So with any percent increase, there's going to be a decrease in some other percent unless it's the percent that isn't going to any of the options. So, I just want to make sure that as we provide GPMs back and think through this, that we really look at all of it. But that's why I think about that, Trustee Foster.
Well, and to thank you for that, and I guess to put it in language that helps me just continually wrap my head around all these complex things, I think about, another complex area, which has to do with compensation that leads to greater levels of expertise on higher needs campuses. And one of the things that you've shared with us are the range of strategies. And some of the strategies might have immediate impact, and some of the strategies were clearly like long-term down the road strategies. When you're saying, well, if you change the incentivization, however you say that word, if you change that little by little, or if you even change that today, we're going to gradually see the shift that we want to see. You tell me that, I'm like, I'm good. Like, I don't, sometimes there are immediate things that transform things, and at the same time, there are things that are part of systematic structural change that shore up the system, make it stronger, and you see that strength growing over time. I am completely comfortable with that particular both. And if that needs to be something we say more loudly so that it's clear that, look, we're not going to hold you accountable for fixing the moon and stars overnight, but we have a long-term vision of accountability. If you need to hear that, like, you can hear it from me all day long. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Yep.
So can I address that part?
What?
before we go on? So this is something that, so this is a common concern with school boards that, we're going to put this priority on paper, but we're going to have this gentleman's agreement that we're not going to actually have real accountability for it for a couple of years. That sounds really great. And that is almost, I've heard that every single time that I have taken a board through this process. But what happens is new board members get elected and they're like, well, I wasn't part of that agreement. This is what's written on paper. And so that's just something that needs to be considered as the board is moving through this discussion.
Thanks.
So I think, go ahead, Trustee Kaufman. I think you're going to say something.
I just want to add that part of the conversation we've had is around accountability, ultimately being around the student outcomes, but also recognizing that some things take time and that we are asking for accountability for implementing steps that will get us there and for looking at the leading indicators that will tell us we're on track, right? So that we don't wait for years to see something that's, takes time. But I think I'm wary of processes that, superintendents last 5 years if you're lucky, right? And there's like with corporate and CEOs, there's incentives for short-term gains with a lack of attention or interest in long-term gains. And I'm not accusing anyone of that. I'm saying that's kind of what the incentive structure is. Get yourself the results that will keep you employed for 5 years, and then you're good, right? And there's actually a really interesting article written about that by a former AISD principal talking about the incentive system for getting, as long as you survive 5 years in this position, you got your retirement set for life with a pension that's based on those 5 years of salary. So
even if it's ultimately self-defeating.
Yeah, so I think I am very much in favor of making sure we're setting very clear and actionable outcomes that we can get to, but I want us to also be aware of, we also need to look at the long-term piece. What gets a third grader to pass STAR isn't necessarily the same thing that's going to get an eighth grader, get a student prepared with the foundation to get into eighth grade, right? What prepares an English learner to pass a third grade STAR in English is counterproductive to them passing an eighth grade STAR, because you just destroyed the foundation that will allow them to get to that higher level thinking and that thing. So I think that these goals, while we have to make them according to the rules that allow us to actually see the accountability in action, we can't sacrifice the long-term goals. And if we can find a way to do both, then I think that's what we need to do.
I mean, one of the things that I'm trying to rack my brain here with what tools can we use if we absolutely cannot, if we're not allowed to put this and combine it into the CCMR goal. Maybe we make it part of our superintendent evaluation tool. I mean, that is another tool that we have. And, this board has chosen not to make the scorecard equivalent to the superintendent evaluation tool, at least not yet. And so, maybe that's where we can have something that's not so hard and fast, but, just some, I can see all's expressions, you don't love the idea, but I'm just trying to find a way to capture this. Because it sounds like we're not going to be allowed to put college, we're not going to be allowed to track direct to college enrollment in our scorecard, even though the state has a very specific goal around that, even though all of our industry partners have asked for that, even though we get an outcomes bonus for it, and even though the charters use that as their #1 marketing tool and is the reason that many of our students go to charters, because they promise that their kids will go to college. But, that's the situation we're in.
And so I want to be clear. This, the board absolutely can put this on your scorecard. That's why I'm bringing this goal forward so that you can put it on the scorecard. It's just that combining it with the CCMR goal is not. It is not going to do what the board says that you want to do. The thing that what I have heard you say is that that there is a fear that if you do not include some priority around direct to college, that the district is going to focus on just sending kids through industry-based certification. And so this goal is actually what would require the district to focus on preparing students for college. And so, so I just want to be clear that that the board absolutely can do that. It's just the previous discussion is not actually, so the thing that is
right,
that the board says that you're concerned about, including it in CCMR is not. So one, including it in CCMR isn't. So that actually has no actual impact on whether or not it is the work that you say is important is going to be done. So that's one thing. The thing that is really going to not impact that is by, so it is really focused on this criteria-based acceptance or open acceptance. If you set a goal around all universities and open acceptance policies, you can do that, but it is not that doesn't actually have any impact on the district having to prepare students for college. That the thing that you say you want them to do is to have high standards for students across Austin, and that creating opportunities for them to go to college, doing those college preparation strategies, this is what gets you there. The other thing doesn't actually require that.
I'm sorry. Whether you have open acceptance, right, or criteria, don't you have to get through it? Don't you have to matriculate to get a diploma?
Yes, but that's, I mean, you can, so that's whether or not you get a diploma. That doesn't have anything to do with going to college.
No, I'm talking about college. ACC is not handing out associate's degrees because people are paying money and showing up and not showing up. They have to make the grade, right?
Yeah,
they have to
the
go
associate,
to class.
Yeah, getting an associate's, so this is just looking at enrollment.
Now.
Yeah, this is just looking at enrollment, not degree attainment.
I think I need to be through it.
So I think Ashley, there's probably a disconnect in, like, I'll speak for myself, and I think I'm speaking for some people on the board, is that going to a school like ACC actually is an outcome and does show that a student has skills and the things that we want from them, that we stated in our vision statement. They have choices, that they can live life joyfully, and be their best selves, and matriculating, like, whether or not that college requires an application or some sort of criteria is really not the distinction that I think I care about, especially if it's a school like ACC. Now, if it's a for-profit, that's a different story. But I think if it's good enough for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to count towards an outcomes bonus, then it would be good enough for us. And I think, I don't know if we're going to resolve this tonight. I mean, Ashley, if you just, because I appreciate, again, that you created this other goal, but what I heard is that we're not interested in creating a separate goal just for college, and especially a separate goal just for college that is just four-year colleges with criteria. So I think that, do y'all agree, like, that's out? Like, I would rather not have college on our scorecard than have this standalone.
Agreed.
Okay. And so now I think the question is, are we allowed to then combine college in with our CCMR goal 3 and just not have, work out the GPMs in a way that don't hold this superintendent accountable for stuff that happened 2 years ago, but at least is there. Because I would be shocked if this biggest school district in Central Texas, which happens to have like the highest college graduate rate in the country practically, would not include that in our scorecard. It just, like, it kind of blows my mind a little bit. But if you just tell us, hey, you can't do that, just, I would appreciate just hearing that we're not going to be allowed to include it as part of goal 3. And then we can just end the conversation and start working on constraints.
Yeah, no, you can, the board you can include whatever student outcome data, so whatever student outcome, as long as it is a student outcome, you can include it. My point is that the things that you say you want to change in the district, the what you have, so including it all in one is not going, it is not going to accomplish that. But the board can still do it. And I'm not going to tell you that you can't.
Okay, so the board can still do it. We can add the college, direct to college enrollment in goal 3.
Yes.
Okay. How do folks feel about that?
Yeah, I'm not unsympathetic to Ashley's point about there is the, back to the initial thing that if there's all these ways to accomplish a goal, and some ways to accomplish the goal might not be appropriate for a particular kid, but that's where we push them. That's where we get into the problem. So I'm not. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with Ashley on that. And I'm still trying to reconcile the idea that the scorecard is going to drive where we're going. So I kind of want it stated. I want it in there as part of an articulation of our values. So I guess I'm for the both and, even recognizing the limitations of the both and.
By both and, what do you mean?
Not doing, CCR like the band, not doing CCR alone and not doing college enrollment alone, but finding a way to put those together.
Can we just do a quick round so we can end this conversation? Just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if you would like to include direct to college in goal 3, along with the other outcomes bonus criteria. It has to be up or down. Okay. Yes, which is what we had before we retooled the scorecard that we did with AJ Crable, by the way. Okay. How are you feeling, Trustee Hunter? Thumbs up or thumbs down? You're good? Okay. Trustee Foster?
Oh.
Okay. Boswell?
I think we gain more than we lose by putting them all together. It reflects what we heard from our community. I think we need to be really thoughtful about the goal progress measures that are brought to us and make sure they reflect what we're looking for. And
thank you. Okay, Trustee Zapata? Okay, great. And Trustee Whitley-Chu? Thumbs up or thumbs down? We're not voting. Okay.
Well, what's the, no, I do, what's the, because I saw both Trustee Kaufman and Trustee Whitley-Chu, what's the hesitation?
Yeah. It's just, it's not that I think this is good or bad. I think it's just the struggle of not being exactly what we want, but not wanting to say no because I don't know if we could get something that's more aligned with what we want. With the constraints we're under. So if y'all feel that it is, I can support that.
And my hesitation is because I think this is an extremely important thing, but I have a list of 100 important things that are going to continue to be done in the district or not, regardless of the 5 priorities that we select, right? Because there are so many other things that our staff is inherently motivated to do, that our families are going to be demanding that happen, and that state law require. So I feel like this is not this is not a hill I want to die on, because I think having this conversation has already planted the seeds, I think, of what our expectations are around this, and that even if it weren't in the scorecard, it's on the table now. Is that our staff who already believes this, we're aligned with you. We support that. We want to see that. Staff who maybe didn't see that part of it, maybe is hearing something different now. So I feel like I don't think it matters much either way if it's going to create challenges with actually meeting the goals that we do set. Does that make sense? If it's too complicated, it's not worth it. But I think it's really important to do.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, I'm tired. Thank you all for engaging in that conversation. And it is not a perfect solution, as I think I've heard from several trustees, and it's not, and it's complicated. And that's the trouble with, something that we're holding ourselves accountable for and using to prioritize budget that doesn't, it's not always completely compatible. And form should follow function. And I think we're kind of doing it the opposite direction with this particular goal. It makes it hard. But, okay. Ashley, what's next?
All right, next is Algebra 1 completion. So there are a couple of different options that the board came up with. And I think that a lot of it just a lot of that discussion just revolved around not really knowing which one was going to be the biggest, give you the biggest bang for your buck. After talking to the administration, the algebra, students who complete Algebra 1 by the end of the 8th grade, that is going to give the board the clearest picture of whether or not students are going to be prepared for post-secondary success. It will also enable the board to monitor math in middle school. So it helps bridge that gap between your early years goals and your CCMR goals. What do you all think about, how are you sitting with this one? Oh, and this one is also focused on students who are identified as economically disadvantaged, which again, according to the data, was your highest impact student group.
Anyone want to comment?
So in this goal, complete means gets credit for the Algebra 1 course or passes the EOC exam?
It's my understanding that this means completes the Algebra 1 course. But that might be a better question for your administration.
Yeah, so the way that, so this is kind of pulling from the work that E3 had done and we've been talking about for a little while. And when it came up here, we talked about where there's EOC, where there's 8th grade, 9th grade, where there's course completion, and it's indeed what you said, it's course completion, passing grade. Alternatives up there, as you can see, different things that were considered. And again, this is kind of just relying back on that work that's been done and not wanting to deviate too much from it. I think there's maybe reasons why you could, but we didn't find anything compelling that would want to make us move in a different direction because so much thought had gone into that body of work. I guess is the way I would summarize it, for lack of a clearer way.
Thank you.
I have a question. Would this, I kind of think about unintended consequences and what we know right now. We know that because middle school algebra counts as a high school grade and it's not optional, we know that we have an extraordinary number of students, I think it's hundreds of students who enroll in 8th grade algebra and drop out. At least that was the case a couple of years ago when we looked at it in the policy committee. It came to the policy committee. Would you recommend that we look at a change in policy to support that without being punitive? Do you think the answer is a change in support for students? Do you think it's both? I really want to be sure we understand what we're getting into and how we may or may not be causing harm while we're trying to cause good.
I certainly believe it's a change in support for students, especially prior to that 8th grade year when they're actually in algebra, and ensuring that we're scaffolding up the courses that we need for those students to be successful in 8th grade. I was looking at all the data that we have. I don't think I have the data on how many students started algebra but did not finish. We do have the data on the number of students who finished in 8th grade. There is still a disparity across our campuses, both in total enrollment and in final results, including We have many schools that have no students who end up at do not meets on the algebra EOC. And we do have campuses that all happen to be Title I that do have students that end Algebra 1 at do not meets. And so I do think that there's preparation that we need for those students to help both support them while they're in the class, but more importantly, prepare them before they get to the class in 8th grade. Anything you want to add?
High school student, so if you take Algebra 1 in middle school successfully, in high school you are, new accountability rules, you are required to take the SAT and ACT and meet a certain requirement level on that. So it's an additional readiness indicator that they are required to take.
Required to do what? To get what?
Because the federal law requires that all high school graduates take a state level exam in English and math in their high school year. And when our state moved back from, I think it was 17 end of course exams or whatever, total exams, 15, thank you, to 3, what that meant is it doesn't really matter for English because no one takes English 1 in 8th grade. It's very rare. But the only end of course test that we had, only state test that we had for math at that point was now only Algebra 1. And so when students were taking it at middle school, the state of Texas originally assumed we would get a waiver for this and they would just allow them to count. And the federal government said no. They actually did, I should take that back. They actually did get a waiver the very first year. But then after that, the state of Texas said no. And the workaround was to use the SAT score. And I did not know this, but what Carolyn Hanshin explained to us and was new information for me is that they actually take your SAT score and then they convert it to a STAR score. And then they give you a STAR score for algebra in 12th grade. And so, I had not either.
We just found this out like a week and a half.
And that's a graduation requirement then? Like that's one of the, you have to pass?
That is correct.
Among the 5 tests.
So if I'm in 8th grade and I take Algebra 1 and then I get credit for the course, then when I get to 9th grade, I take the SAT or the ACT.
Anytime in high school.
Anytime in high school throughout 9 through 12. And then that score, so long as it qualifies, gets converted into a STAR score that then stands as my STAR score.
That is correct. So they have a rubric based off of ACT and SAT results for math. And they will use that rubric to change your score to a STAR score. And now you have another STAR score on your transcript.
And do we know how that threshold for the SAT compares to the TSI threshold? Like for TSI, you have to have a 530 in math on the SAT to meet the TSI trigger. Do we know if the...
I am willing to bet that Carolyn Hanshin knows
or?
it. And she's
She
listening
does.
because she's texting me.
I bet you she'll text you. I remember it being in the 600s. It was hefty.
Interesting.
So,
okay.
Again, I guess I just need an explanation. We gonna set kids up to fail? Why would we do that? Why would we trigger that? Why wouldn't we just let them take it in 9th grade?
Because the EOC is part of the requirement for passing, actually, in theory, you can pass the class and not pass the EOC, but it's rare. But the EOC is assigned with the class.
Yeah, no, got that. No, my question is, why would we have a bunch of 8th graders do that so that they fall under that rule? If they take it in 9th grade, do they fall under that rule or can they take the TSI?
No, because if they took it in 9th grade, then they have their math EOC for the high school years.
And they get a bajillion times to take it, right?
That's, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Again, I'm saying, why would we do that? Put kids in where they would have to take the SAT to do that, all of that funky.
Give 8th grade, give
Why would we have
algebra
them
in 8th
take
grade?
algebra in 8th grade? Or
Yeah.
why would we
Why would
have
we
them
have
take
them
the
take-
Algebra 1 EOC in 8th grade after taking algebra in 8th grade?
If you're in Algebra 1, you have to take the EOC.
Okay, because the research that's quantified by the E3 Alliance is that completing Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade opens opportunities for more rigorous math in high school and post-secondary, which then empowers students to be more likely to graduate.
That's so awesome. I'm not impressed.
Carolyn
I'm not
did-
disrespecting you. I mean, that I don't care about that specifically. When we say finish the class, do we mean pass the class or finish the class or get an A in the class, get a B in the class? What are we saying?
This is completing, so it'd be a C or higher.
A C or higher?
Carolyn Hanchen did give me some clarity that, so first she said, oh my goodness, the master's level is 690 to score at the master's level. She did clarify for us that it is not a graduation requirement. It is for the accountability of that campus.
Okay, so here's my thing is, the thing that I already talked about earlier this year about touting and saying, look how many black and brown kids we have in APs. No, they're not actually finishing it and they're not getting any points, but look what we're doing, right? And then how do kids feel, right? If you put kids in Algebra 1, then there damn well better be some interventions, not saying they can't do it, right? But there better be some safeguards for those kids to be successful. So if we pull that in, then that's how that has to go. Because otherwise, that's what we got right now. Right, we have kids that are taking Algebra 1. Some kids are in 8th grade. We have some schools, like Gus Garcia that one year, was that last year? 2 years ago, they like pulled it out above the district and everything else. That's a one-off. So if you pick something like that, everything has to go into making that be successful, not so we can check a box and say, we got all these economically disadvantaged kids signed up for this class.
And 100% of the kids at Pierce, the last 2 years at Pierce was open past their algebra 8th grade EOC.
They passed it? Excellent. I don't think that's happened since then. What does it look like now?
Garcia did have 100% passing, but it was 32 students overall. And so to compare it with, an outlier, but Keeling had 324
please don't
students.
use that. Use something else, please. Use something else.
Okay. Bailey has 64, 100% passing.
You're really not helping me out, man. What did Dobie do?
What did Dobie do?
What did Webb do? What did Burnett do? What did Martin do? What did Mendez do?
So Dobie had 34 students who took it, but 47% of them did not pass.
Okay. Webb.
So Webb had 27 students who took it, 15% of them did not pass.
That's not bad. What did Martin do?
Bedichek had 93 students who took it, but 26% did not pass.
Okay, that's still not bad.
Sadler Means had 25 students, 4% did not pass.
That's pretty good.
Paredes had 25 students, 4% did not pass. And Burnett had 38, 18% did not pass.
Look at those numbers, right? What you want to do now is say 300.
I think
class is going to be bigger.
In time, we do. I would not say that next year any of us want to see 300 kids at every single school in Algebra 1.
I was only thinking about Burnett during 300 kids.
But 3 years from now, I do want to see at least 40% of the kids in Algebra 1.
And so unless each one of those schools has just one algebra class with 38 kids, then they probably have 2 algebra classes with less than, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're willing to keep it at 15 kids, 20 kids, let's do it.
I think that's y'all set the goals. We set the plan to get there. So I think that's, you're right, trustee. Like that would be the response, right? If that's what we need to do, then that's what we're going to do, provide the supports. But if this is not the goal, then it's not the goal. That's
the goal, and that's the plan. Again, it's not a hill I'm willing to die on, but that has to be the understanding that everything has to be done to make that happen. Otherwise, it's just what we're doing right now on a different scorecard. And what I don't want to do is sit in that seat and have these people come up in front of me during the monitoring report and tell me the same thing they're telling me right now. Because it got to be different. The whole point is to move the needle.
Yeah.
Right? That has to happen.
Well, I would say this has been on my wish list for a really long time. I'm bothered by what I remember of the number of kids who drop out, and I'd love to see that data before we move forward. Because I remember we looked at it in the policy committee, and it was fairly shocking. I was really surprised. And there was a lot of resistance to allowing students to drop the grade for their high school GPA. That was the policy change that we were considering. And there was real resistance to that by people who thought they wouldn't take it seriously if it wasn't for a high school grade. But the unintended consequence of that was that kids just bailed out, who probably could have completed it successfully. So I'd love to see that. I'd love to understand. I'm glad to hear the SAT isn't for high school graduation. That was going to be a deal breaker for me. But I also want to know that we're not going to encourage kids who otherwise wouldn't need the SAT or want the SAT to take it over and over and over for the high school accountability piece. I think I'd like a better understanding of what that really looks like in practice. And my understanding is a lot of SAT math is 7th and 8th grade math. And so if you're getting one less year of middle school math, that you're missing some of the math that you're most likely to need on the SAT, which means that we may be setting our kids up. They may be well prepared to pass the algebra EOC, but less well prepared to do well on the SAT if they miss that extra year of middle school math. And again, Carolyn and Dr. Brown can know more than I do about that, but that is my understanding. The middle school math is one of the most important things for success. So I have loved this for a long time, and I'm seeing some Texas complications I did not expect.
Yeah. I guess this is just along the lines of complications. And it goes to what strategies would be put into place, and this all is aligned with what Trustee Hunter's saying. That I love the AP example. If you put everybody in AP, then there are students for whom that is not appropriate. And so you can have a strategy that puts just too many kids in Algebra 1 and just doesn't differentiate. So students identified as economically disadvantaged who complete Algebra 1 by 8th grade will increase from ... There's just, it feels like it would need to be more nuance within that, because this would allow for strategies that harm a lot of kids, unless I'm misunderstanding. Does this make sense, what I'm saying?
So when you say nuance, are you talking about details in the implementation or nuance in the way that the language is drafted? Because I'm trying to...
we can have so few constraints to this, but it's almost like there would be a constraint that goes with this that, would, leave room for good strategies, but take some ineffective strategies or potentially harmful strategies off the board.
Well, like when you say that, I worry about double blocking that keeps kids from either being able to participate in athletics, fine arts, band and orchestra, things that bring joy, teach different skills, and build into high school. It's a mental health thing. It's a whole lot of things. And we've done that to kids at certain schools, certain kids at certain schools especially, for a long, long time, and done a lot of harm with it in the name of passing the star or getting a grade. So yes, thank you, Trustee Foster.
So I want to get back to, go ahead, Dr. Hoffman.
I just want to remind us all, though, that Senate Bill 2124 requires us to place the top 40% of our 5th grade performing students into advanced math in 6th grade, which is the entire purpose behind that is to prep kids to be in Algebra 1 in 8th grade, which prepares them to take advanced math in high school, which prepares them more likely to enter STEM fields or successfully complete college for higher income potential, et cetera. So we're already in a system that's requiring us to boost our kids up. And our response to that can be, like Trustee Hunter said, it could be stick them in the class and see what happens, or it could be invest in the improvements in elementary to make sure they're better prepared, invest in the interventions to make sure they're successful in that math, track the progress of them, and don't just say we enrolled them. So I think those points are all very well made, but I think none of that discourages me from saying this is to be a valuable goal, because I think there's some benefit to the goal. I also trust, again, our superintendent isn't going to take a goal of completing Algebra 1 and turn that into I'm just going to make sure they pass regardless of whether they learn anything, right? I trust that our superintendent and his team they're in it for the kids. They're going to turn that goal into something that's not just going to be passing kids along. And we have other monitoring things in place to make sure that happens, such as Algebra 1 EOC scores, et cetera. So I'm comfortable with this goal. I don't know that it will make my top 5, right? Because we have a lot of other things we haven't even talked about yet. But I still think it's a good goal, but it would require exactly what Trustee Hunter said. So implementation, I guess that. I also just want to note that the passing cutoff score for Algebra 1 EOC to not be in, did not meet, right, to be in approaches is like 33%. You have to answer 33% of the questions right on the Algebra 1 EOC to pass that test, which is slightly more than the 25% you would expect to get if you were guessing. So it's not necessarily a great piece of the, I mean, I think that's just important to consider. And you need about 50% to get meets. So if that test is meant to measure what's important in Algebra 1, you only have to learn half of what's important in Algebra 1 to pass to meet standard on the EOC. This is the clown show that we're working with.
So that point is tragically well taken, and the only thing I wanted to, I guess, say as we have all these discussions is I have a fundamental concern about what you might call structuring structures. So you build a structure, and that structure predetermines not just outcomes, but behaviors. Like, it compels them. So I want to get away from like creating it as a morality thing or an ethical thing, like the individual is going to embrace bad behaviors because they're bad actors, or because it's different than that. It's that a system pulls out of you to survive. I mean, we just had a discussion about how we're going to take $1 and throw away 75 cents because that will get us 25 cents. That's farcical, bad economics, and that's probably what we're going to do. And so I'm very wary of the way structures that we build systematically produce responses from even the best of us that are not the best responses. So I want to be careful. This is not a judgment of any of the individuals involved in any of our school systems anywhere, quite frankly, and especially including our own.
Can I ask for one more data point to be shared? I know, thank you, Trustee Kaufman, about the 40% and the new Texas rule. That's 40% of students across the district, right?
That is how the rule is written, yes.
So can you share how many of our students from families with economic disadvantage are within that 40%? That would be helpful to know. What percentage of our students, what percentage of students within the 40% come from families with economic disadvantage? And I would say the flip side of that, what percentage of our students from families with economic disadvantage fall within that 40%? Like, do 10% of our students with economic disadvantage qualify within that 40%? Do 40% of them qualify within that 40%? How evenly distributed is it on both sides? I don't need to know that right now, just as we're deciding.
We can pull that.
Thank you.
That will take a moment. And I want to be clear that, why we work with our schools and why we work with our STEM team and our school leadership, we do want to understand, like, where do those 40% come from? Because if 40% come from 10% of our schools or 20% of our schools, we know that may not be actually addressing what we want to address at the end of the day. So we've had conversations that we just want to work through and understand what would this mean if we did 40% of the middle school, the kids who will be in that middle school population instead, and what would that look like, and other different ways to think through it while still meeting the intent of the law at the end of the day. But what's going to be best for our kids, and how can we best support our students?
Thank you.
I don't have an objection necessarily to this, right? What I have is 20 years in education. What I have is 15 of those in East Austin. So when we say this is something that we are expecting, right, or that we're going to do, our superintendent can set and say his plan. People on the ground are going to do what they're going to do. So what's the QC on that, right? When that's happening. Because do we say, hey, you did so good on your 6th grade STAR, we think you're going to be a really good fit, so we're going to put you in this high math and we're going to start working you, and then when you get to 8th grade, you'll be there. See, that's the good path, right? But this is, we need, close enough, you was close enough, come on, right? That's where the problem comes in. So 5 or 6 of those kids get in at 8 schools. See the problem? So we can have all of what we say up here. So the message down here has to be, don't do it unless it's this, that, and the other. There we go.
Yeah.
So on the face of it, this could help a lot of kids. This could pump up a lot of kids and give them what they need and give them, like, really give them a great thing. But it has to do that, right? So no objection to this as it is written, and not even to the implementation of the constraints from the superintendent. It is the daily practice of it. That's where I get lost.
Yeah, and I would say, like, conversely, when I'm looking at, like, the peer students who got, 100% of them passed. And so I was, a first-year teacher, and they actually had a teacher that ended up quitting. And so the veteran teacher had been there a long time, who had previously taught the class, took over the class, and then I would come in at lunch and I'd stay after school, and it was a small group. And so really, like, 100% of them passing is awesome. They worked really hard. They weren't in accelerated classes preparing them before. But if 100% of them passed, that means that there were so many kids, that means more people could have. Do you know what I'm saying? Not saying we should keep going until, like, we, like, go here until we find someone who can't. But, those kids were, like, chosen because they definitely could do it. And that was without even those accelerated classes. So if other students had had that opportunity and had a teacher that stayed the whole year and started, if it had been a bigger class, it could have been more. So there's kids that get missed in some of these situations.
But I think we're up against that situation, right? So having that small group, great. Getting that experienced teacher, where the heck are they, right? And that was pre-pandemic, right? Before all of everything else. So that's what we're up against now, right? We're up against Alpha. We're up against, I don't want to say learning loss, because, stuff happened. Kids, they're coming back, right? We're up against all of that. We're up against brand new teachers. So we're taking a situation, like I said, that happened, because I guarantee if we go look at that Betachek teacher and we go look at that other teacher, they're not first-year teachers. They're probably not even 5-year teachers, probably been there longer, right? They also probably have a heart for it, and it's not a job, right? It's a vocation. But see, you can't scale that. That's so, right? So if we can't scale it, then we have to operationalize it, which means there have to be all those pieces that I'm saying, right? But that's his job, right? So this is what I'm saying. I'm not against it. Let's do it.
But have to.
Right? It's his, it's our thing.
Yeah.
It's to the advantage of the administration and us and our children if it's successful. Right? So I'm good.
And that it might be where, like, the goal progress measures that you all select could indicate that scaffolding is happening. And just in conversations I've had with our deputy superintendent, about MTSS and how we're trying to move kids from, one tier to the next throughout this. Hopefully, that's reassuring. That's very reassuring to me. But what I have heard repeatedly from several trustees, and this tweet, how long have we been together? A year and a half? I don't know, it feels like 10 years. But is that setting high expectations is great, but then you've got to provide the supports all the way through. And I appreciate Trustee Hunter really stating that super clearly. And I think that's one of the things that you guys are working on. That's what the whole point behind MTSS, right?
Yes, but I also think that what Dr. Hunter, Trustee Hunter.
Just give it to me.
Dr. Hunter. What I heard was really going to find itself in the implementation plan. I mean, that's exactly, the quality assurance, the quality control, the methodology, like this, all those things, that's where they live. And that's in response to the goal progress measure and the goals. So I think, yes, Trustee or President, I'm losing my mind here. Yes, you're going to see a lot of that, but you're not going to see all of it until the plan is fully developed, because to Jacob's point earlier, it's not going to happen in 1 year, it's not going to happen in 2 years. So what do you do to Trustee Hunter's point, scale it, right? If you, and so that's where I think the opportunity is going to exist, and then we'll be totally aligned. But yeah, you'll see some of it, and we can provide additional information. And yes, it's all coming together, but it's going to be a big push.
And is it possible with the GPMs, like we went to the same E3 presentation where Round Rock showed what they did, and they were not there talking about, and then they took this test and this test. They were talking about how they engaged the parents in elementary school with targeted students, how they targeted them with summer programming. So I think, if we could, and so that would be evidence-based that showed that it worked. And I think that's probably more the type of information our community wants to see, and more aligned with our board values, and really showing that the data that the implementation is happening.
So guys, I apologize. I just realized it was after midnight. So we need to wrap this up, and we haven't talked about constraints yet. So Ashley, can you tell us what we need to do next, please?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we want to move forward and continue exploring this Algebra 1 goal. Is that accurate? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the final candidate for student outcome goal is around science. And so when the board, when board members developed this goal, it was because, so it was essentially in response to the community feedback around wanting students to have critical thinking and problem solving skills, in addition to other skills and benefits that come from science instruction. This goal, ninth grade students who earn meets or above on the biology end of course assessment will increase from X% in June 24 to Y% in June 2029. I think that the administration has done some additional looking into this goal, and I want to give them an opportunity to talk about that if they would like to.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk briefly on this goal. So one thing that we really wanted, so first we do have data that we're able to share on where we're at with the EOC and what that could look like as a scorecard indicator. The other part that we want to share is we wanted to better understand, well, how would we accomplish those next parts of predicting future success and aligning. As you probably know, there is an 8th grade science EOC, but there's not really an interim assessment that we currently use in science for 7th and 8th grade. We did go and look, many of you are probably aware that Lead Forward puts out these great TEAC scaffolding documents, so we went and looked at the biology one. And there's good alignment with 7th and 8th grade science. You know, there's TIC scaffold up into biology. There's clearly things that we could look at, but we just want to make sure that we're aware that currently we don't have something in place for how we measure that in those earlier grades. So that would just require us to think through, okay, what are we going to use to progress measure for 7th and 8th grade that may be something that's new. But we have, forgot the other part I was going to share. It'll come back to me, I apologize. Yes.
Why 9th grade?
We could, it does not have to be 9th grade. We could do biology in high school.
So let me tell you why. You probably already know why, what a lot of schools do in 9th grade.
Yeah.
So IPC, right? Then you take biology in 10th grade, right? Individual families are doing that. They're choosing to be like, no biology, we do IPC, we take biology second. To keep kids from having to take 3 EOCs in 1 year, in case y'all don't know. That's what parents are doing. Because if you do it like, my kid took 3 EOCs, because you got biology, you got English, and you got Algebra 1 all in the same year. We took them early because we thought we might have to take them multiple times. But most families, or some families, are saying, hey, that's a lot of testing. So I'm going to have my kid in IPC so that then they can take biology next year. So if you say 9th graders, I mean, it's a smaller pool. I know whole schools are doing this. Like whole schools, you probably know which ones, are doing that. So you can just say 9th grade, or you can say biology. I'm good with either one, actually. Just letting you know the reality of what's actually happening in our schools.
Understood, yeah. And we did pull data just on who took the biology 2023 EOC. So it wouldn't matter of what grade they were in. For the data we have.
Are we gonna say 9th grade, or are we gonna say biology?
I think that this was just based off of our earlier discussions with Ashley, what we were looking at, but I think another way to write it would just be students who earn meets or above.
And Dr. Reach, is it possible to use our GPMs to be 5th grade Science Star, 8th grade Science Star?
I think we would need to look more at the alignment between 5th and biology, because I was looking at 7th and 8th.
Well, so, you know, when I look at, you know, sometimes during our long data sessions, I like to start pulling up schools out of curiosity. And the biggest discrepancies I noticed amongst schools who have very similar populations are their 5th grade science scores. And, you know, when I'll talk to other trustees, oh, you know, this is in there. And I'll even say, oh, this, you know, what does this school do for, oh, you know, that school has a butterfly garden. They, you know, and it's these specific, these outdoor experiences that they're starting in kindergarten. So I would say having that interest in science is evidence-based and aligned, and would pull like a bigger focus on science, not in hopefully, you know, not in rushing to do it in 5th grade and doing test prep. Or is it possible for another GPM with our elementary schools to be, you know, the new standards, you know, I learned in our board meeting have to be, they're 80% hands-on, of like how many hours of hands-on or experiments students are doing, so that we're not adding in something that is taking away from learning time, taking away from motivation and engagement.
Yeah, we can go back and look at the 5th grade with that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to address one of the questions about could a GPM be STAR? So one of the things is just a reminder that the GPMs need to come from the superintendent, which I know everybody knows that. But they also have to be so like it essentially based off of interim data or formative data, not summative data. So the STAR, because it comes at the end of the year, that's the final results. So that would be STAR would be your student outcome you need to look at, so the GPM should be output data. So the things that happen multiple times throughout the year.
But if the 10th grade, if 10th grade is our goal and it's built in 5th grade and 8th grade, is that
because it's
not
still
interim to 10th grade or interim to high school?
So the GPMs, they have to be measurable multiple times per year. And so the STAR is only given once per year. So because of that, now you could look at, I don't know if you have any kind of elementary level interim assessments that are already given in the science area, but that if there were, that may be an option for something that could come back. But it is something that needs to be given throughout the year, and it has to be updated multiple times per year.
So we're looking for, and I'd love to hear some of your ideas, on other measures that aren't district-wide assessments of that nature, like of other measures that we can use, or measures we can bring to you or the administration brings forth that are aligned with student outcomes?
So the administration would need to identify what those are, and just because I don't know, so I don't know enough about Austin ISD's strategies and what types of things are being implemented throughout the Austin ISD system to know like what some good measurements would be. But you could definitely probably look at like on track data if you have good research to inform which things are going to be most evidence-based.
I have a question for clarification. Did you just say that if we choose this one, right, the STAR is an outcome, so we can't use it to monitor, we would need to monitor an output? Now call me crazy. We don't have that right now, correct?
That's correct.
So we have to create tests?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I can give y'all an update as to, I'm helping to facilitate the focus groups on the goal progress measures. So we've got one that's working around kind of middle school outcomes and success. And they're kind of groups of teachers and principals and central office staff, as well as community thought partners and our higher education partners. And we've been bringing them updates, and in their last meeting, they got the update that y'all were interested in biology. And they will admit that you brought them a tricky wicket, that they were having a really hard time figuring out. We've put it in terms of that the scorecard goals are your lagging indicators, and that goal progress measures need to be leading indicators, things that we can measure multiple times, and that they need to have alignment between them, and that they should be predictive. And they really were just going back to the table and had a lot of ideas of items that we could look at in the future, things that teachers could measure, really predictive analysis that we've kind of been testing and that Austin ISD teachers have taken part in, but we don't have implemented to the state. Things that we could look at that students self-report, but also that doesn't make for a good goal progress measure. Looking at STAR, but again, that doesn't make a good goal progress measure. And so we had a lot of items that we've gotten categories, but don't make a great goal progress measure for us at this point. We've got some future items that if we put into implementation, could make a great kind of trajectory and great alignment for science in the future, but we don't to date have a set of kind of 1 to 3 goal progress measures that we could kind of align and look, hey, we're doing this now, we should see this in our biology EOC.
A couple of things. Are the things that you could do in the future things that you feel have instructional value other than feeding a scorecard?
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
That is very helpful. So there are things that you would want to do anyway. Okay, that is helpful to me. And then would it make a difference if we look with the IPC and with our options, if we looked at the 8th grade science star rather than the 9th grade biology? Would that make a difference in any way? And the IPC has to play into it. Like, I don't know how that is irrelevant.
I'm not sure off the top of my head if we would have a preference between 8th grade or biology. I would love to talk to our STEM staff about that as well and get some feedback from them.
Okay, thank you.
How many 8th graders in biology?
We had 0 last year.
Really?
Yeah, we have had some in the past, but last year we had 0. And because Carolyn Hanchon loves numbers, I'm so sorry to go back, but she gave me the number already. So out of the universe of that 40% for 5th graders, if you took all of those kids, 30% of them would be economically disadvantaged, 70% would be non-economically disadvantaged.
And I saw her in the parking lot when I was coming in. I thought she was going home, but I guess.
She's sitting in her car with her computer. No, she is at home.
Okay, good. At least she made it home. So I love the intention behind this around connecting science to critical thinking and to problem-solving skills. I'm wary of when we're constrained already, not constrained in the LSG language, but constrained by the standardized testing as the main measure. I'm wary of voluntarily adding one when it's already built into other accountability. So I guess I have a question and then I have some comments. The question is, remind me what the accountability measure is specifically for science. So for 5th grade, for 8th grade, and for EOC, like what is it that people have to achieve in order for it to count towards our current state accountability system?
Well, you do have to pass the biology EOC.
But do you get credit for meets or for approaches? Or only for meets, or do you get it for approaches?
Well, I should take that back because there's different parts of the accountability system, and so they are affecting different ways. Okay. So from an individual student standpoint, you pass with approaches. Okay. But obviously a student at master's receives greater points for the overall accountability.
Okay. So I feel like this is built in to some degree already to the accountability system. There is tremendous room for improvement because we're at roughly 50% of EOC, of biology EOC meeting, and we're at the same percentage roughly for 8th grade science meeting. So it's certainly an area of need, but I guess I would, I'm looking at the data for 8th grade science versus 5th grade science, and it's interesting. I'm sure there's a million factors that play into it, but the fact that 39% of our 5th graders meet at 5th grade level, and then it's a little higher at 59%, so 20 points higher at 8th grade level for meeting. One possible explanation for that is that 8th graders actually take science in 6th grade and 7th grade and 8th grade. Whereas in elementary school, because of the perverse incentives, sometimes kids don't take science until 5th grade, right? And so I would rather see our administration and our STEM team invest their time and energy in ensuring that there is time and motivation for people to teach science in K through 5 than for them to develop an assessment that's going to take instructional time away from science and to focus instead on really having hands-on at the state recommended levels of 80% for kindergarten, 50% by 5th grade, and ensure that the science is really happening. I would also like to see investing in, making sure they can read, because we talked earlier, if you can read the test, you're more likely to pass it. So how much of the passing these science tests, like that one, is based on that you can read it versus you've actually learned science? Because once again, this is a test, just like algebra, where you meet if you have 50%. 27 out of 53 questions right, you meet the expectation for the EOC. So my thought on this, I would rather not add another STAR goal to our self-selected measures, and I would like to just leave the space. And again, this is one of those, like we trust that our STEM people really want our people to learn STEM, to learn math and science, and expect that even without a measure, our superintendent will recognize that, like, wow, the way to do this is to free up, to provide good resources and free up time and provide training for people to teach science. So.
And I would say my worry is that without a goal, we continue to overemphasize math and reading, which are immensely important, and fail to make room for science and social studies in elementary school. And we see that. I mean, when you look at the campus data for elementary school, it tells a really interesting story, and has for as long as I've been watching it. And I say that as a mom of someone who was a science-loving kid who is actually a scientist now, largely because he got to go to schools where he got to do that. And he discovered his thing in a 7th grade science class after he had elementary school hands-on amazing experiences, and is doing that work now. And so I kind of like this in a sense because it is a middle school reading goal in its own way. And when I was in, Matthias and I were developing the 8th grade when, we talked about this goal together, and talked about measuring reading, middle school reading, as a possible progress measure toward this, that there are lots of things that, and that's his job, not my job, but that I think it does capture reading, and it does capture whether we're bothering when kids are natural scientists when they should be doing all that hands-on stuff, or whether we're not. So.
And reading, like the reading and science is so, they build upon each other. And like when you look at the schools that, a lot of them are outperforming, like their other data isn't lower because they have high science, even though they're dedicating more time to science. And that's where like in kindergarten, my daughter goes to school, they're doing a ton of hands-on science, and all the kids think they're awesome at it because they are. And it's just so confidence building and makes them want to go to school and makes them feel smart. And like when you feel smart, you are, and then you can learn. But I'm with you. That's what it's so scary is like, well, if you don't know what the growth progress measure is, and like, us having been at campuses where now I understand everything I was asked to do that was counter to being good for kids, like now I know why. Like, oh, it was because of the state, which then the school board was on top of the superintendent, and then the superintendent was on top of the associate superintendent, who was, it just all rolled downhill on the kids. So that's like, I share that fear.
So I think there's enough interest to keep this on. Like, we're not voting right now. So I think, are we good with the team developing GPMs on this, and then we consider, is it going to be too much work if we decide not to include it?
Well, that's a clarification that I'm going to need. Is the expectation that everything that is moved forward with, there's going to be a correlated GPM? Because if y'all have many then that's going to compound the work. I know, but I'm making sure, because I know there's others. There may be others that I just don't know.
And maybe there's room for a constraint on this where we are asking for GPMs that do not increase developmentally inappropriate assessments or something of that, or assessments that don't take away from instruction time. So if we're using either something that the state requires us to do as a GPM, which maybe we aren't allowed to do, it sounds like, something that does not take away from instruction. And then like if we can't, would be our constraint around it.
I like that idea.
Is that possible, Ashley, to have such a goal progress measure?
Well, it wouldn't be a goal progress measure. It would be a constraint that you adopt.
I'm saying, is there a goal progress measure? Like, is it possible to have a goal progress measure that meets that constraint? that meets a constraint of not taking away from instruction time, of not doing something that's purely to get information.
Just based on the criteria, so the criteria in Lone Star governance, it does not require that all of your goal progress measures be like tests. They can be, rubric based assessments or measurements. They could be on track data. They can be, looking at the number of students who complete projects or lab work or whatever. So no, it does. The broad answer is no, it does not. Or so yes, you can have non-assessment based or non-testing based progress measures. I don't know what is true for Austin and what things you have or that you could develop that would be predictive of whether or not the goal will be achieved. And so that's really where the rub is.
I would say I feel like you're going to bring us GPMs that are really solid that we won't hesitate at all about on our reading, on our math, on most of these. But maybe on this one, would it be possible to give us a sense of the kinds of things you might be thinking about? Or is that too much to ask? As do we want to go there or do we not?
Well, I mean, I think, you mean as far as coming back with that? I think we can, for sure. When I look at the rubric, I think to Ashley's point, the proving correlation or being a predictor, whatever we develop, I think this is where the focus group struggled, implementation, the professional development, implementation, getting a baseline. So just recognizing that when we come back and maybe, something that I'm not sure this is even possible, that the first year essentially is baseline data and then next year becomes, then you can build up a predictor for it and then create an X to Y. I think we can definitely, spend some time and kind of share with you some of the thoughts that we have and get feedback on that. One of the ways that I thought this would work is the board would kind of provide draft goals and then we would provide back, kind of goal progress measures that we'd like to have considered, recognizing that, we don't want to have 3 for the sake of having 3. We really want to be really intentional. I think that would be fair, and we could do that.
Well, I mean, if you want to know what goals I would choose, our CCMR. I would choose to find a way to put the college in with make it part of CCMR because it's part of CCMR, and have the science and the algebra, and mean it. That's what I would choose. And then if you come back and the science seems like it's way too complicated, we can rethink that. But I like that it captures a lot of what we're trying to get in a different way.
I agree. I just be really sensitive about adding anything. So if it's something that is project based and something we can really explore and make it really tied to instruction and the next educational experience, and yes, if it's, and this is why we kind of brought it back in this way, because the initial kind of assessment, for lack of a better word, of this goal is that you're probably going to create something, whether it's a rubric, whether it's an assessment, something's got to be created to really get this to be workable. And we just need to acknowledge that, period. Even if it is something really creative, it's still going to be creative. Correct.
Even though this part is ours, the other part is yours. What do you think? Good, yes, no, what do you think?
I mean, the fact that these are, I think these are, I really appreciated working through with y'all to get them. I think the goal's philosophical. I like the goal. It's just, thinking through what it looks like implementation is my concern, being really sensitive to adding anything to the system and being, and not really thinking through what it means when we say just we're going to add something. That's why I'm sensitive to this one specifically.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so were you going to say something, Trustee Gonzalez? Okay. All right, so Ashley, I think at this point, we're done with the goals, right? 3 hours later, right?
All right, so I think that, so it sounds like President Singh has an activity prepared for you all to refine the constraints. I do have, so I have slides prepared for that essentially just details what the constraints were. So I'm going to flip through these really quickly and then turn it over to President Singh, and I can always bring them back up if you would like to look at something.
So Ashley, may I make a quick suggestion?
Okay.
So just because it's so late, we actually have these already printed out. You can't see it because you're not here, but we have this printed out, so we may not even need to, unless y'all want to go slide by slide. Okay, I think we're ready to actually, so everybody has like 10 little sticker dots. I don't know where mine went. But anyway, the idea was to go and around the room, and you can spend them however you want. You can put all 10 of them on one if you want to, or just spread them out. But the idea is we have more constraints, categories, than we have actual slots to do constraints. And we don't have to do 5. We could do 3 total. We could do 1. I mean, so that's the other thing for us to kind of keep in mind here. Ashley, are you okay with this approach?
Right.
Yes.
Because we do have your presentation on board docs.
I would just ask that while we're doing that, if she could just page through them, so if anyone is watching the recording.
Oh, yes.
Or if anyone is watching it live, but particularly if someone's watching the recording, they can see what we're looking at.
Okay.
It would be nice to put them on the record. And so you have the slides printed out. I want to point out on the slides, so you'll see that there is one constraint that the board has developed for each slide that is in bold. So that is not to suggest that one is better than the other. It is simply that the one that is in bold is more closely aligned with what the community said. But that's all it's saying. It's not a value judgment or anything like that, but just for wayfinding purposes.
Thank you. Yeah, you can spend 10 of these however you want. Actually, if you would like to read them out loud, just so they're on the record, and if you don't mind, we're listening, but we're walking around voting while you're doing this. If that's,
I understand. So I will read it onto the record while you all do your work. So the first constraint, or the first area of community values that came back was under equitable distribution of resources. And so when we went back and looked at all of the different categories, 25.88% of the community's feedback came back directly tied to this. These were responses that named perceived inequities and how resources are distributed throughout the district. This includes funding, student safety, physical environments and facilities, transportation, and resources with students for students with disabilities. And so there are the proposed language. There are 2 different options here. The first is that the superintendent shall not allow ineffective support systems and processes for students receiving special education services across the district to negatively impact IEP development and implementation. The other one is more specific to having those curricular and extracurricular opportunities across the district. So the superintendent shall not allow for students to lack access to a variety of curricular and extracurricular opportunities in school. The next area is about equitable access to high quality education. So this was 21.68% of the community feedback was related to this. These responses are unique from the previous equity based response. These focus more on need-based access to evidence-based instructional practices. This value recognizes that the one-size-fits-all approach to instruction does not work for students in AISD, and that historical inequities need to be overcome to ensure that every child's educational needs are met. When talking about equity, your community often named barriers that were specific to race, to language diversity, and to special education status. So a lot of the feedback, especially where equity was mentioned, was specific to racial equity and the other things that have been mentioned as well. These examples, superintendent shall not fail to implement best instructional practices for students eligible for special education and bilingual education. Both of those unique populations are considered special populations. So that's why they kind of fit in the same constraint. Next, superintendent shall not require developmentally inappropriate practices in pre-K 3 through second grades. And then also the superintendent shall not allow bilingual programming to be implemented without fidelity. The next area, 20.17%, had to do with mental health and social emotional learning. These responses focus on meeting students' social emotional needs and creating educational environments where students and staff want to be. The data that was shared last week really highlighted that discipline and attendance data. And so one of the things that my colleagues at Council of Great City Schools lifted up is that while these themselves are not, so they're not areas that we would recommend the board focus on, so attendance, for example, we would not recommend that the board create a constraint around attendance because you don't necessarily have, the superintendent doesn't necessarily have a lot of the majority of control over those decisions. But attendance, the root cause that drives a reduction in attendance actually goes back to these mental health, social, emotional, and wraparound supports. So examples here are the superintendent shall not allow the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of students and staff to decline or remain the same. The next would be the superintendent shall not prevent access to quality mental health care. And then the last in this section would be the superintendent shall not allow practices that exclude or disproportionately impact historically underserved students. The next area, this is specific to highly effective educators and instruction. This is going to be unique from the responses that are related to equitable access to high quality instruction. These responses were all really about creating the conditions that enable highly effective educators who provide that high quality instruction. So the first one in this area, the superintendent shall not allow classrooms in C, D, or F rated schools to go without essential materials and human resources. And talking with some of the trustees between last week and tonight, there was some alternative language that was proposed, and that was just to replace essential materials and human resources with high quality instructional materials and highly effective teachers. Again, that wordsmithing is something that we can do that doesn't have to be done tonight. But that language is actually tied to real definitions. So those actually are defined beyond just common agreement. The next is that the superintendent shall not allow any grade level team to be wholly comprised of novice teachers. And then also the superintendent shall not allow attrition at X being a placeholder because this team really wanted to be able to define which campuses were going to be the highest need. But the superintendent shall not allow attrition at X campuses to exceed 7%. And they also identified that 7% it can be a flexible number, or there is flexibility in identifying what that number is. Okay, the next one, family engagement. So family engagement was not one of the most frequent responses from the community, but it was mentioned. 4.78% of the responses were tied to family and parent engagement. The majority of these responses focused on the need for better communication and partnerships with parents. Some of the community members in Austin shared that they feel like information from the district isn't easily accessible because of its delivery method, the complexity that in the way that it is presented or accessed, and then again, like going back to access, the availability of that information. So the ideas for constraints in this area: the superintendent shall not create barriers to parents' understanding of their students' academic progress and pathways. Superintendent shall not allow families to be without meaningful relationships with their home campus and district. And then the superintendent shall not allow decision-making processes at the campus or district level that exclude participation by families, staff, and community members who will be impacted. And that first one, create barriers, the superintendent shall not create barriers to parents' understanding of their students' academic progress and pathways, really was the most aligned with the feedback that you all heard from the community. And the last area is around life skills. So this is actually not something that came back from the community when they were asked about their values, but it was the most commonly mentioned thing when asked about their vision and asked about student outcomes. And those were the skills that students are leaving Austin ISD with. And so the community identified a vision where students are equipped with skills that will enable their success as adults, such as soft skills like teamwork, communication, problem solving, self-regulation, perseverance, goal setting, etc. Also critical thinking skills and global and cultural awareness. And so the language that was developed by the board: the superintendent shall not allow economically disadvantaged graduates to leave AISD without key adulting skills. I also visited with a couple of you and identified some alternative language. So that is: the superintendent shall not allow economically disadvantaged graduates to leave Austin ISD, that should say AISD, it just says ISD, without the skills, habits, and mindsets most aligned with life success: perseverance, self-regulation, self-efficacy, and social awareness. This language is actually specific to the Panorama survey that you already have so that you're already implementing in Austin ISD. I know that some of the conversation tonight was that you may move away from that. But even if you were to move away from that, it's still very much aligned with these specific skills, but you could also remove that specificity. And with that, I am finished with the presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen and let you all complete your work.
Thank you, Ashley. We were listening while voting, so thank you very much. I think the main takeaway here is that we understand that the constraints that we select are tied to the community values. So I do appreciate all that work that we did with the community and the report and the survey and everything like that. And so that's how we got to where we are. And so we have all voted, and I've asked the administration to take pictures of everything and sort of tally things up. And maybe, oh, are you doing it right now? That's amazing. That's amazing. As I feel like we're probably petering out at this point, but Ashley, what do we need to have done, or what would you like us to have done by tonight? Is it just like a short list of categories? Like we don't have to actually have the whole sentence?
Yeah, so the goal for tonight is to be able to walk away with no more than 5 goals and no more than 5 constraints. You don't have to, the language doesn't have to be perfect. We still have plenty of time to refine the language. And we can, so one of the things that I will do is between now and the next time that we meet, I will schedule time to meet with each of you individually to collect your thoughts and to gather feedback about what you would change, what you would keep, and then bring that forward and or give it to the superintendent to bring forward at your next meeting and present that as part of the scorecard. One of the things that I need to know is when that next meeting will be, so that we can set some time expectations.
So our next meeting is May 9th. And so at this point, what we have is we have voted. It is almost 1 a.m. So my suggestion would be, and Ashley, let me know if this is acceptable, is to have the administration capture what we've got. Jacob's already done tallying or close to it. And then report, could they just email the trustees kind of the ranking of the constraints? So at least we have that. So we may not have the top 5 tonight, but I think we would get pretty close after this gets processed by the administration. And then could we have our one-on-one conversations with you and sort of iron out the details like that?
I am comfortable with that if you are.
We have our top 5 buckets.
Yeah, I think we're good with that. And if we want to just say tonight, Jacob, like what the top 5 buckets are, that would be helpful. So at least we have that. We can say we did that.
Yeah, so here are the top 5. Require developmentally inappropriate practices and and let me remind everyone who's listening at home that these are written as constraints, so it may sound a little weird when I read them because they are meant to be written as what you will not do. So, require developmentally inappropriate practices in pre-K 3 through 2nd grade. Allow classrooms in C, D, or F-rated schools to go without essential materials and human resources. Allow practices that exclude or disproportionately impact historically underserved students. Allow bilingual programming to be implemented without fidelity. Ineffective supports, systems, and processes for students receiving SPED services across the district to negatively impact IEP development and implementation. So those are the top 5, but then going to just anything that had more than 5, so there's 3 more after that. Allow the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of students and staff to decline or remain the same. Allow for students to lack access to a variety of curricular and extracurricular opportunities, and allow families to be without meaningful relationships with their home campus and district.
That's good. That's a good little list. All right, so Ashley, I think we have a good sense of where we landed, and we can refine over the coming days and weeks. Yes, Trustee Zapata.
So now knowing what Jacob just said, Superintendent, would anything in your proposed budget items change, or would that change anything that you're thinking to address some of the things that have come up as priority?
So, Trustee Zapata, I'd like the opportunity to kind of receive them all and kind of work through them and provide like a clear response, because I think it's constraints and goals, because really it's going to be the GPMs within the goals that are really going to drive the initiatives that are going to actually create the costs that are in the expenses. So if you could give me a little time to work with them, I can maybe provide clearer alignment and how they might be reflected in the existing budget.
Yeah, and I think then that means it would be hard for me to look at your tool you gave us until I hear what your thoughts are, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I'm ready. You can take all the time, but I know you want it this tomorrow night, and I don't know if I could do that without hearing your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I heard that makes me think that anything that's proposed isn't supported by a lot of what's been provided here, because of how many you have, and there's not a lot of, some of them aren't as granular as they probably could be and require maybe a little bit more refinement before I can actually respond and say, this is how I would, this is how I am interpreting this constraint. This is how the budget is considering that constraint being tied to the work. But maybe I could call you tomorrow or Monday, and we can kind of talk about what that might look like. I just think, kind of given where we are in the process, it's going to be really hard to directly tie them, because there's still not a ton of detail, but we're getting there in this process, in the goals process.
So, I mean, we can go ahead and do it, and then after we hear from you, we could still make some changes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And I think that's what, President Singh was maybe kind of alluding to earlier is, as we go through the process, just providing narratives of how they tie together, and then as the goal progress measures and the goals themselves progress, providing more detail where we can, but recognizing that until this is set and the initiatives are set, there's still going to be opportunity for adjustment. And it may even be such that it's after the approval of the budget itself and comes back, by way of an amendment, just, in full transparency.
Great. Thank you. All right. Ashley, was there anything you wanted to add before we adjourn?
No, thank you all for your time tonight. This was, we're almost there.
We're almost there. And Trustee Kaufman, you had mentioned something to me earlier. Did you want to say something real quick?
I will, but it was also a product of bad counting. So if we have, we discussed 5 potential goals or student outcomes, but I am interested if we end up with room, because we don't adopt one of those other 5, in considering adding in an outcome of increasing the number of students who are receiving the AIC dual language seal of biliteracy.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right, so this is to be continued. You all have been amazing. I feel like this is a really authentic conversation. So thank you all for bringing your full selves to this process. And Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. We are now adjourned at 12:58 a.m. Thank you and good night.